Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I'll never forget that day. It was a Tuesday, late in the afternoon, and I was driving home from work. The sky was this dull grey colour, like it couldn't decide if it wanted to rain or not. I remember feeling tired, just drained from a long shift, and all I could think about was getting home, maybe ordering some takeout, and collapsing on the couch. I had the radio on low, some forgettable song playing, and I was just cruising along, not really paying attention to much. Then, out of nowhere, this car ran a red light. I saw it for a split second, a blur of metal and light, and then everything went black. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in a hospital room. My whole body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder. I couldn't move my legs, and my arms were heavy, pinned down by tubes and wires. The pain was this constant throbbing ache that seemed to pulse through every part of me. I learned later that I'd been in a bad car accident, that I'd died twice on the way to the hospital. Twice. They had to shock me back to life hearing that made my skin crawl. I don't remember any of it, just the before and the after. I was in the ICU at Rochester General. The room was small and sterile, with beige walls and that sharp smell of antiseptic that sticks in your throat. Machines beeped and whirred around me, their sounds becoming this weird rhythmic background noise. I had broken ribs, a fractured pelvis, and a concussion. My head was fuzzy, and every time I tried to sit up, a wave of nausea would hit me. The nurses came in and out, checking vitals, adjusting IVs, but everything felt distant, like I was watching it all from underwater. Time didn't make much sense in there. The lights were always on, and there were no windows in my room, so I couldn't tell if it was day or night. At some point, I must have drifted off again, because I woke up to this overwhelming feeling of grime and sweat. My hair was stuck to my forehead, greasy and tangled, and I felt so gross, like I'd been lying in my own filth for days. It's funny, the things that bother you when you're in that state. Not the pain, not the fear of dying again, but the simple human discomfort of dirty hair. That's when she came in. I didn't hear the door open, but suddenly there was a nurse standing by my bed. She was older, maybe in her 50s, with kind eyes and a calm smile. She wasn't wearing the usual scrubs. Instead, she had on a simple light blue uniform, like something from an old movie. Her hair was pulled back in a neat bun, and she moved quietly, almost silently. I remember thinking she must be new or from a different shift, because I hadn't seen her before. She didn't say anything at first, just looked at me, and her eyes had this warmth to them that made me feel safe, which was weird because I was strapped to a bed and couldn't move. Then she spoke, and her voice was soft, almost a whisper. "Let's get you cleaned up a bit," she said. She had a basin of warm water and a cloth, and she started washing my face and neck. The water felt amazing against my skin, soothing and real. I closed my eyes for a second, just soaking it in. But it was when she started on my hair that everything changed. She gently lifted my head, supporting it with one hand, and poured warm water over my scalp. Then she massaged in some shampoo, her fingers working through the knots with this incredible tenderness. I can still feel it. The pressure of her hands, the way she didn't rush, just took her time. It was the first time since the accident that I felt like a person again, not just a broken body. I remember tears welling up in my eyes. But I didn't care. For those few minutes, the pain faded into the background, and there was just this sense of peace, like everything was going to be okay. She hummed softly while she worked, a tune I didn't recognize, but that felt familiar somehow. It was comforting, like a lullaby. When she was done, she dried my hair with a towel, patting it gently, and then she leaned in close. "You're going to be all right," she whispered. Her breath was warm against my ear, and I believed her. I really did. She stayed for a little while longer, just sitting by the bed, not saying much, but her presence was like a blanket, wrapping me up and keeping the fear away. Then, as quietly as she came, she left. I must have fallen asleep after that, because the next thing I knew, a different nurse was in the room, a younger woman with bright red scrubs and a clipboard. She was checking my IV and making notes. I felt better, cleaner, more grounded. I smiled at her and said, "Thanks for sending that other nurse in to wash my hair. It really helped." The nurse stopped what she was doing and looked at me. Her brow furrowed. "What other nurse?" she asked. I described her, the light blue uniform, the bun, the kind eyes. The younger nurse shook her head. "I'm the only one on this section tonight," she said. "We don't have anyone like that on staff. Are you sure you weren't dreaming?" But I knew I wasn't dreaming. I could still feel the warmth of the water on my scalp, the gentle touch of her hands. The peace she'd given me was real. I insisted, and she humored me, checking the records and asking around. No one had seen her. No one knew who she was. There was no record of any nurse matching that description working in the ICU that day, or any day as far as they could tell. That's when the chill started to set in. It began as a prickle at the back of my neck, then spread through my whole body. I asked if there were security cameras, but they said the ICU rooms didn't have them for privacy reasons. I kept thinking about how she'd known exactly what I needed, how she'd appeared out of nowhere, how she'd vanished just as quietly. The more I thought about it, the more it didn't add up. Why would a nurse not on staff come in and do something like that? And why did no one else see her? I spent the rest of that day in a daze, going over every detail in my head. The way she moved without making a sound, the old-fashioned uniform, the fact that she didn't use any of the hospital's supplies. She'd brought her own basin and towel. I remembered the tune she was humming, and later, when I was alone, I tried to hum it myself, but it slipped away, like a dream you can't quite hold on to. As the hours dragged on, the fear grew. It wasn't a sharp, sudden terror, but a slow, creeping dread. What if she wasn't a nurse at all? What if she was something else? I'd thought about guardian angels, about stories I'd heard as a kid, but it felt too real for that. This wasn't some fairy tale. It was my life, my hospital room. I kept expecting her to come back, but she never did. By the time night fell, I was a wreck. Every time the door opened, I jumped, hoping it was her, but it was always just the regular staff. I asked one of the doctors about it, and he gave me this pitying look, like I was delirious from the pain meds. But I wasn't on anything strong at that point, just basic painkillers. I knew what I'd experienced. The worst part was the silence. In the ICU, there's always noise, but after she left, it felt heavier, more oppressive. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, and replayed it all in my head. The accident, waking up here, her washing my hair. I thought about how she'd said I was going to be all right, and part of me clung to that, but the other part was terrified. Because if she wasn't real, then what was she, and why did she come to me? I never got any answers. They moved me out of the ICU a couple of days later, and I never saw her again. But to this day, I can't shake the feeling that she was there for a reason. Maybe she was a guardian angel, like in those old stories. Or maybe she was something else, something I can't explain. All I know is that in the middle of the worst day of my life, she brought me peace. And then she was gone, leaving me with this deep, unshakable unease that I still carry with me. Story 2. I've never told anyone about this before, not even my wife, because how do you even start a conversation like that? But I've been carrying it around for years, and lately it's been weighing on me more than usual. Maybe writing it down will help, or maybe it'll just make it feel more real. Either way, here goes. I grew up in this old house out in the country. the kind with a big backyard that seemed to go on forever when I was a kid. My dad had a temper, one of those quick, sharp kinds that could flare up over nothing, a misplaced tool, a word said the wrong way. When things got bad, my grandmother, Nana, would take me out back to the garden. She was this tiny woman with hands that were always stained with dirt, and she smelled like soil and mint. She'd show me how to plant seeds, how to tell if the tomatoes were ripe, how to gently tie up the bean plants so they wouldn't fall over. It was our escape, our little sanctuary. I loved those moments with her, even though they were born out of fear. Nana passed away when I was 12. It was sudden, a heart attack in her sleep. The house felt emptier after that, and the garden started to wilt because no one else cared for it like she did. My dad's anger didn't get better. If anything, it got worse without her around to calm him down. I spent a lot of time alone in my room or out in the yard, just sitting where we used to work together, missing her like crazy. The night it happened was about a month after she died. It was a hot, sticky summer evening, the kind where the air feels heavy and you can't sleep, no matter how hard you try. I'd been lying in bed for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the crickets chirping outside. My window faced the backyard, and I could see the outline of the garden in the moonlight. I remember feeling this ache in my chest, like I needed to be out there, near the memories of her. So I got up, pulled on an old t-shirt and shorts, and slipped out the back door. The grass was damp under my bare feet, and the air was still warm. I walked over to the patch where we'd planted marigolds and zinnias, now mostly weeds and dried up stems. I sat down on the ground, pulling my knees up to my chest, and just breathed in the night. It was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves or a distant dog barking. I closed my eyes, trying to picture Nana's face, her smile, the way she'd hum old songs while we worked. That's when I saw it. A soft silver light starting to form near the old oak tree at the edge of the garden. At first I thought it was a trick of the moonlight, or maybe my eyes adjusting to the dark. But it grew brighter, not blinding but gentle, like someone had turned on a dim lamp. My heart started to beat faster, and I felt this cold knot tighten in my stomach. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were made of stone. I just sat there, frozen, watching as the light took shape. It wasn't a flash or a burst. It was more like a slow gathering, like dust motes swirling in a sunbeam, but at night. And then, in the middle of that silver glow, I saw her, Nana. She looked exactly how I remembered her, wearing that faded floral dress she always wore in the garden, her hair pulled back in a loose bun, but she was translucent, like a faint image overlaid on the real world. She was smiling, this calm, peaceful smile that made my throat tighten. I could see the garden through her, the leaves and flowers shimmering behind her form. I didn't hear any sound at first, just the pounding of my own heart in my ears. I was terrified, but not in a screaming, panicky way. It was a deep, primal fear mixed with this overwhelming sense of longing. I wanted it to be real, but I was scared of what that meant. My hands were shaking, and I dug my fingers into the dirt beside me, feeling the cool, damp earth under my nails. Then she moved, not like walking, but gliding, floating toward me without a sound. The silver light followed her, casting soft shadows on the ground. She stopped a few feet away, and her eyes met mine. They were the same warm brown I remembered, but they seemed to hold a light of their own. I could see every detail, the wrinkles around her eyes, the way her lips curved when she smiled. It was so vivid, so real, that for a second I forgot she was dead. That's when she whispered. I didn't hear it with my ears, not exactly. It was more like the words formed in my mind, clear and soft, like she was standing right next to me. "Everything will be okay," she said. Her voice was exactly how I remembered it. Gentle, with a slight rasp from years of smoking when she was younger, but there was no sound in the air, no movement of her lips. It was just there, in my head. I felt a wave of emotion crash over me, relief, sadness, fear. all mixed together. Tears started streaming down my face, but I couldn't make a sound. I wanted to reach out and touch her, but I was afraid she'd disappear. So I just sat there, crying silently, while she stood there smiling at me. The silver light seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat, and I could feel a warmth spreading through my chest, something that eased the tightness I'd been carrying since she died. But then, something shifted. The light started to flicker, and Nana's image wavered, like a reflection on water. Her smile didn't change, but her eyes seemed to look past me toward the house. I followed her gaze and saw a light turn on in my parents' bedroom window. My dad must have woken up. Panic shot through me. If he found me out here, he'd be furious. I looked back at Nana, and she was fading, the silver light dimming. She lifted a hand, not quite solid, and pointed toward the back door, as if telling me to go. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing now for a different reason. I took one last look at her, and she was almost gone, just a faint shimmer in the air. Then, nothing. The light vanished, and the garden was dark again, lit only by the moon. I stood there for a moment, shivering despite the warm night, trying to process what had just happened. My clothes were damp from the grass, and I could smell the earthy scent of the garden mixed with my own sweat. I hurried back inside, careful not to make noise. As I closed the door, I heard my dad's footsteps upstairs, and I ducked into my room just in time. I lay in bed for the rest of the night, unable to sleep, going over every detail in my head. The silver light, Nana's smile, that whisper in my mind. It felt so real, but part of me wondered if I'd dreamed it or if grief had made me hallucinate. But the dirt under my nails, the dampness on my clothes, that was real. And the feeling, that deep, unshakable calm that settled over me after she spoke, that was real too. I never saw her again after that night, but her words stayed with me through all the hard times that followed. My dad's anger, moving away, the ups and downs of life. Whenever I felt lost or scared, I'd remember that silver light and her calm smile, and it would give me strength. But I've never been able to explain it, not to myself or anyone else. It's just this thing that happened, one hot summer night in my childhood backyard, and it's haunted and comforted me ever since. Story 3. It was Christmas Day, 2024, and I woke up with this heavy feeling in my chest, like I hadn't slept at all. The house was too quiet, which was weird because usually around the holidays there's some kind of noise. Maybe my husband moving around or the heater kicking on. But that morning, it was just silence, and it felt thick, like something was pressing down on everything. We were still staying at his grandparents' place because his grandmother, we called her Mima, was in hospice by then, and we didn't want her to be alone. Honestly, I think we were all just hanging on by a thread after what happened with his grandfather. Let me back up a little, because it all ties into that day. See, just 2 weeks earlier, his grandfather had died. He had a heart attack right in the driveway, and my husband found him. I remember the sound he made when he came inside, this choked-off gasp, like all the air had been sucked out of him. We'd been staying with them because Mima was bedridden with kidney failure, and the relationship between her and his grandfather had been strained for years. They loved each other, I think, but it was one of those things where they'd been through so much that sometimes they just couldn't stand to be in the same room. Still, when he died, it hit us all like a truck. The funeral was a blur, lots of people crying, and my husband was just numb. I held his hand the whole time, but he felt distant, like part of him had left with his grandfather. Then, a few days after the funeral, he had this dream. He woke me up in the middle of the night, sweating and shaking. He said his grandfather had been in the dream, standing by the bed, and he looked real, not like a ghost or anything, but solid. In the dream, his grandfather asked him if he'd given Mima her Christmas present yet. My husband said no, and then his grandfather showed him this blue box with a silver necklace inside. The necklace had an inscription on it. To my wife, I didn't marry you because I could live with you. It's because I can't live without you. When my husband told me about it, his voice was all shaky and he kept rubbing his eyes like he was trying to wake himself up more. I remember the room felt cold, even though the heat was on, and I had goosebumps all over my arms. The next day, we looked for that box everywhere. We tore apart the house, checked drawers, closets, even under the beds. Nothing. My husband was getting more and more frustrated, and I could tell he was starting to doubt himself, thinking maybe it was just a dream and he was losing it. Then his aunt came over. She'd been helping clean out his grandfather's room, and she pulled out this exact blue box from the top drawer of his dresser. I swear, when she handed it to us, my heart just stopped. It was the same box from the dream, no doubt about it. The color, the size, everything. We opened it right there, and inside was the silver necklace with that inscription. My husband's hands were trembling so bad he almost dropped it. We didn't say much. We just looked at each other, and I felt this chill run down my spine. It was like his grandfather was right there with us, watching. We took the box to the hospital where Mima was. She was in hospice by then, and she looked so small in that bed, like she was fading away. When we gave her the necklace, her eyes got a little brighter, and she smiled this weak smile. She touched the necklace and said something like, "He always knew." The room felt different then, warmer, but in a weird way, like someone had wrapped a blanket around us. I can't explain it, but for a moment, it didn't feel like we were in a hospital room. It felt like we were somewhere else, somewhere safe. But then the moment passed, and she closed her eyes, and we left. That brings me back to Christmas Day. We knew it was coming. The doctors had said she didn't have long, but I don't think any of us were ready. I woke up that morning with this dread sitting in my stomach like a rock. The house was still and cold, and I could hear my husband breathing softly next to me. He'd been having trouble sleeping since the dream, and I could see the dark circles under his eyes even in the dim light. I got up and went to the kitchen to make coffee, but everything felt off. The faucet dripped in a way it never had before, and the floor creaked louder than usual. It was like the house was holding its breath. We drove to the hospice early, around 8 in the morning. The roads were empty because it was Christmas, and the sky was this dull grey, like it might snow, but never would. When we got there, Mima was asleep, her breathing shallow. We sat with her for hours, just watching her. My husband held her hand, and I could see him fighting back tears. He kept glancing at the necklace around her neck. She'd insisted on wearing it, even though she was so weak. The inscription caught the light sometimes, and each time I'd get this jolt, like remembering something I'd forgotten. Around noon, the nurse came in to check on her, and she said it wouldn't be long. My husband's face just crumpled, and he leaned forward, whispering to Mima. I don't know what he said, but I saw her eyelids flutter, like she heard him. The room was so quiet, except for the sound of her breathing, which was getting slower and more ragged. I remember thinking how unfair it was, losing both of them so close together, and on Christmas of all days. It felt like some kind of cruel joke. Then, around 2 in the afternoon, something happened that I still can't shake. The light in the room changed, not dramatically, but enough that I noticed it got softer, like the sun had broken through the clouds for a second. Mima's breathing stopped for a moment, and she opened her eyes. They were clear, not cloudy like they'd been, and she looked at my husband and smiled. It wasn't a weak smile this time. It was full, like she was seeing something beautiful. She said, "He's here," and then she closed her eyes and was gone, just like that. My husband started crying, and I held him, but I felt frozen. Because in that moment, I swear I felt a presence in the room, not scary, but comforting, like someone was standing behind us. I didn't see anything, but I knew. It was the same feeling I'd had when we gave her the necklace, that eerie certainty that his grandfather was there. We stayed with her for a while longer. until the nurses came in and started doing their things. The rest of the day is a blur, calling family, making arrangements, driving home in silence. When we got back to the house, it felt emptier than ever. My husband went straight to bed, exhausted, but I couldn't sleep. I sat in the living room, just staring at the Christmas tree we'd put up. The lights were twinkling, but they didn't feel festive. They felt sad, like they were mocking us. Later that night, my husband had another dream. He didn't tell me about it until the next day, but he said he saw his grandparents, both of them looking younger and happy. They were holding hands and said goodbye before walking away together. When he told me, he seemed calmer, like some part of him had made peace with it. But for me, that first dream, the one with the necklace, is what haunts me. The way it felt so real, and how everything lined up perfectly, like his grandfather was reaching out from beyond. I've never believed in ghosts or anything like that, but now I don't know. Sometimes, when I'm alone in that house, I'll catch a whiff of his grandfather's cologne or hear a floorboard creak in a way that reminds me of him. It's not scary in a horror movie way. It's just this deep, unsettling feeling that there's more to this world than we understand. And that Christmas day, from the moment I woke up to when Mima passed, it was like living in a nightmare that was also somehow real. The fear wasn't about monsters or ghosts, it was about the unknown, the feeling that we were part of something bigger that we couldn't control. Losing both of them in 2 weeks left me feeling raw, like my skin had been peeled back. I still get chills thinking about it, especially when I see a blue box or hear someone talk about dreams. I don't have any answers, and I probably never will. All I know is that day changed something in me, and I'll never look at the world the same way again. Story 4. I was 16, maybe 17. That age where you're too old to hold your mum's hand, but still young enough to get a real chill down your spine. My parents had saved up for this trip to London. A whole week of seeing the sights. It was a big deal for us. We're not a wealthy family, so this was it. The vacation of a lifetime. We'd spent the entire day walking until our feet ached, seeing the Tower Bridge, Buckingham Palace, the whole tourist routine. By 9 in the evening, we were exhausted, just completely drained. All we wanted was to get back to our small budget hotel near the Greenwich area, take our shoes off, and crash. The first part of the journey on the Underground was fine. It was busy, the way you'd expect a London tube to be on a weeknight. Lots of people heading home from work, some tourists like us looking tired, the usual hum and rattle of a functioning city. We had to change lines at a station I don't even remember the name of now. It was one of those outlying stations, not one of the big central ones. It felt older somehow. The tiles on the walls were a dingy cream color, and the lighting was this harsh yellowish fluorescent that made everyone look a bit sick. The air was thick and stale, smelling of damp concrete and metal dust. The platform was almost empty. Besides the 3 of us, there was a couple maybe in their 30s, standing a little way down, leaning against a pillar and talking quietly. That was it. The digital display said the next train was due in 4 minutes. I remember leaning my head against my dad's shoulder, my eyes feeling heavy, just counting down the seconds until I could sit down. That's when we heard it. It wasn't the normal growing roar of an approaching train. It was quieter, a kind of low, humming sound that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of my shoes. I straightened up, feeling a prickle on the back of my neck. My dad felt it too. I saw him frown and look down the dark tunnel. Then the train arrived, and immediately everything felt wrong. First, it was too soon. The display still said 3 minutes. Second, there was no destination lit up on the front, just a blank black screen. The train itself looked normal. It was the same kind of silver carriages as all the others, but it was utterly pristine. No graffiti, no scuff marks, no grime from the tunnels. It looked like it had just rolled out of the factory, which in the London Underground is impossible. Everything down there has a layer of grime on it. It slowed to a stop in front of us with a whisper, not the usual grinding of brakes. The doors hissed open, and that was the third wrong thing. There was no sound. There was the physical sound of the doors sliding, but there was no rush of air, no change in pressure, none of the whoosh you always get when a train door opens on a platform. It was like watching a TV with the volume on mute. I looked inside. Every single carriage was completely empty. And I don't mean there were a few people scattered about, there was no one, not a soul. The lights inside were a cold, sterile white, brighter than the lights on our platform, and they illuminated rows and rows of vacant seats. No discarded newspapers, no forgotten water bottles, no smudges on the windows. It was perfectly, unnaturally clean. My mom, who had been half asleep a moment before, suddenly had a death grip on my dad's arm. Her knuckles were white. I could feel the tension radiating off her. "Don't," she whispered, and her voice was so tight it was almost a gasp. "Don't get on." We all just froze. Me, my dad, the couple down the platform, we all just stood there staring into this void of a train. The silence was the heaviest thing I've ever experienced. It wasn't a peaceful silence. It was a thick, swallowing silence that pressed in on my eardrums. I realized I could hear the hum of the station lights, a sound I hadn't noticed before, and my own heartbeat thumping in my chest. The doors didn't close. That's another detail that's burned into my brain. They just stayed open. On a normal train, the doors open, people get on and off, and they close after maybe 20-30 seconds. These doors just hung open, inviting us into that bright, empty space. It felt like a minute passed, maybe two. Time got weird and syrupy. I remember looking at the adverts inside the carriage. They were for products I didn't recognize, with faded, old-fashioned looking graphics. One was for a brand of soap that I'm sure doesn't exist. My dad, ever the practical one, took a half step forward, peering into the driver's cabin at the front of the train. He leaned to the side, squinting. Then he recoiled, pulling back so quickly he almost stumbled. His face had lost all its color. "It's empty," he breathed, not looking at us, just staring at the train in pure disbelief. There's no one in there. A driverless train. The thought didn't even compute at first. It was just a solid block of wrongness that dropped into my stomach. My mum's grip on his arm tightened even more, and she started pulling him back. Away from the edge of the platform, I found myself shuffling backward with them, my feet moving on their own. My skin was crawling, covered in goosebumps. It was a warm evening, but I felt a deep, penetrating cold coming from the open doors. Down the platform, the couple was having a hushed, frantic argument. The woman was shaking her head, pulling on the man's jacket, while he just stared into the train, with a weird, captivated look on his face, like he was considering it. That scared me almost as much as the train itself, the thought that someone might actually be tempted to step inside. Then, without any warning, without a beep or a hiss or anything, the doors slid shut. They moved silently, just like they had opened. There was no finality to it, no sense of an action being completed. They were just open, and then they were closed. And the train didn't accelerate. It just started moving, pulling away from the platform with that same low hum, gliding into the dark mouth of the tunnel. It didn't pick up speed. It just receded, its sterile white lights getting smaller and smaller until they were just a pinprick, and then they were gone, swallowed by the blackness. The silence it left behind was even worse than before. It was an absence so complete it felt violent. For a long moment, nobody moved or spoke. The 4-minute wait on the display had reset, now showing 6 minutes. The normal sounds of the station slowly seeped back in. The distant drip of water, the faint rumble from another line somewhere far away. The couple down the platform finally broke their stance. The woman was crying silently, tears just streaming down her face, and the man had his arm around her, his earlier fascination replaced by a pale, sick-looking fear. They didn't look at us. They just hurried away towards the exit, abandoning their weight altogether. We didn't say a word to each other. My dad just kept staring down the tunnel, his jaw clenched. My mum had her hand over her mouth, and her eyes were wide and shiny with unshed tears. I felt numb, disconnected from my body. My fingers were tingling. A few minutes later, a real, normal few minutes that ticked by on the display, we heard the proper familiar roar of a train. The lights in the tunnel grew, and a train rattled into the station, brakes screeching. The destination board was lit up clearly. The carriages were about half full of normal, tired-looking people. Some were on their phones, some were reading. A kid was whining to his mother. It was so mundane, it was almost shocking. The doors opened with a familiar whoosh of displaced air, and the sounds of the city spilled out. We got on, automatically, finding 3 seats together. We sat down, and the train started moving. It was only then, surrounded by the comforting, boring reality of other human beings, that I started to shake. It was a fine tremor that started in my hands and worked its way through my whole body. I clenched my fists to try and make it stop, but I couldn't. My mom was sitting between me and my dad. She was looking straight ahead, not seeing the adverts or the other passengers. She finally spoke, her voice low and ragged. "I felt it," she said, so quietly I almost didn't hear her over the noise of the train. When the doors were open, it was like it was hungry. She never finished that thought. She never said what she thought would have happened if we'd boarded that empty train. She just shook her head and went silent again, and we rode the rest of the way back to the Greenwich station without another word between us. We walked to the hotel in the same heavy silence, went to our rooms, and went to bed. We never talked about it again, not the next day, not for the rest of the trip, not ever. But I've always been certain, with a conviction that feels like a physical thing lodged in my chest, that we weren't meant to be on that train, that it wasn't for us. The terror of that silent, driverless thing, just sitting there with its doors open, waiting in that yellow-lit station, it wasn't the fear of something jumping out at you. It was a deeper, more profound horror. It was the fear of being erased, of stepping into that bright, clean emptiness and just ceasing to be, of becoming as vacant and silent as the carriages themselves. And the thought that still haunts me, the one that keeps me up some nights even now, years later, is the memory of that man on the platform, the one who looked like he wanted to get on. I sometimes wonder if he did after we left. I wonder where he is now. Story 5. I've lived in this house since I was a little kid, and honestly, I've always known there was something off about it. Not in a way that's obvious all the time, but in those quiet moments when you're alone and the air just feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. Our house is old, really old, over 100 years, and it's tucked away on this big property in the Appalachians, surrounded by woods that seem to swallow the light. My dad bought it back in 1998, and he's poured a ton of work into fixing it up, but there are parts he just won't touch. The study, for one, it's like a time capsule, all dark wood and dust, and nobody goes in there if they can help it. Then there are the 2 trees out front and back. The one in the front yard is this gorgeous, sprawling thing, full of leaves and life, but it's where that little girl died all those years ago. The one in the backyard is just the opposite, dead, skeletal, and creepy as hell. My dad says there are legal reasons we can't cut them down, but I think he's too scared to even try. The history here is sad, you know? The original owners were this couple who thought they couldn't have kids. Then they had a daughter. She was 5 when she fell from that front tree and died right there in the yard. After that, the husband locked himself in the study and later hanged himself from the back tree. The wife left, and the place stood empty until we moved in. We've had weird stuff happen for years. Doors swinging open on their own. Whispers in the hall at night, that kind of thing. My older brother's room door is always cracked open at 3 in the morning, like clockwork. Nobody knows why, but it freaks us out. I've always felt like the spirits are still here. The father's is angry, messing with my brothers, and the little girl's is kinder, watching over my sisters. But until that one night, it was all just stories and chills. That night it got real. It started like any other day. I woke up late, around 9 in the morning, because I'd been up studying for a test. The house was quiet, sunlight filtering through the dusty windows in the hallway. I could hear my mum in the kitchen, the faint sound of the radio playing some old country song. I shuffled downstairs, my bare feet cold on the wooden floors, and grabbed a bowl of cereal. My older brother was already out, probably at work, and my sisters were still asleep. Dad was in the garage, tinkering with something, like he always does to avoid being inside for too long. I spent most of the day in my room, trying to focus on schoolwork, but I kept getting this uneasy feeling. You know how sometimes you just feel like you're being watched? That was me all day. Every time I looked up, the hallway outside my door seemed darker than it should be, like the shadows were thickening. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there was nothing there. Around midday, I went outside to get some air. The front yard was bright and peaceful, with that big tree swaying gently in the breeze. It's weird how something so beautiful can be tied to something so tragic. I stood under it for a minute, and for a second, I thought I heard a child's laughter, soft and distant, but it was probably just the wind rustling the leaves. I shook it off and went back inside. Later that afternoon, I was in the living room with my sisters watching a movie. Everything felt normal until the power flickered. It happens sometimes out here, but this time it felt different. The TV stuttered and the lights dimmed for a second too long. My youngest sister grabbed my arm, her eyes wide. "Did you see that?" she whispered, pointing toward the hallway. I looked, but there was nothing. Just the empty corridor leading to the study. I told her it was nothing, but my heart was beating a little faster. We finished the movie, and I tried to act casual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was building. As evening rolled in, the house got quieter. My parents went to bed early, around 10, and my sisters were already asleep. My brother wasn't home yet. He works late shifts sometimes, so it was just me awake. I've always been a night owl. So I decided to go down to the basement to watch some TV. The basement is this half-finished space with a couch, an old TV, and boxes of junk piled in the corners. It's damp down there, and it always smells like mildew and old wood. I've never liked it much, but it's the only place where I can watch TV without bothering anyone. I headed down around 11 at night, the stairs creaking under my weight. The basement light is this single bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting weak, yellow light that doesn't reach the corners. I flipped it on and settled on the couch, pulling a blanket over my legs because it was chilly. I turned on the TV, some late-night talk show, and tried to relax. But the unease from earlier was still there, gnawing at me. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see something move in the shadows. The air felt thick, like it was hard to breathe, and I could hear the faint hum of the fridge from upstairs, but otherwise it was dead silent. I must have been sitting there for about an hour, just zoning out when I felt it, a sharp, forceful pull on my right ear. It wasn't a gentle tug. It was like someone had grabbed it and yanked hard, enough to make my head jerk to the side. I gasped and whipped around, my heart slamming against my ribs. There was nothing there, just the empty space behind the couch, the shadows pooling in the corners. The sensation stopped as soon as I turned, but my ear was throbbing, and I could feel the heat where it had been pulled. I sat there frozen, my breath coming in short pants, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a muscle spasm or something, but it felt too real, too intentional. I forced myself to look back at the TV, but I couldn't focus. My hands were shaking, and I kept rubbing my ear, expecting to feel a mark or something. There was nothing. The talk show was still playing, the host laughing at some joke. But the sound felt distant, like it was coming from another room. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, my eyes darting around the basement. That's when I heard it, a soft creaking sound, like wood straining. It came from the far corner, where we keep an old wooden chair. It's one of those heavy carved things that's been in the house forever, probably from the original owners. My dad never moved it because it's too bulky, and honestly it gives me the creeps. I stared at the chair, my stomach knotting up. The creaking got louder, more insistent. Then without any warning, the chair cracked in half. Not like it fell over or something bumped into it. It split right down the middle, like some invisible force had snapped it. The sound was deafening in the quiet basement, a sharp crack that echoed off the concrete walls. I jumped to my feet, the blanket falling to the floor, and I just stood there, staring. The two halves of the chair lay on the ground, splintered wood everywhere. There was no one around, no draft. No reason for it to break like that. Terror seized me, cold and absolute. I didn't think, I just ran. I bolted up the stairs, taking them two at a time, my feet slipping on the worn steps. I didn't look back. I burst into the hallway upstairs, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. The house was dark and silent, but I could feel eyes on me, like something was watching from the shadows. I ran to my room, my hands fumbling with the doorknob. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I flipped the light switch, flooding the room with bright light, and leaned against the door, listening. Nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the blood rushing in my ears. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, too scared to move. I could still feel the pull on my ear, the phantom sensation making my skin crawl. And that chair, the image of it splitting in half, was burned into my mind. I knew then, without a doubt, that the stories were true. This house is haunted, and whatever is here, it's not just passing through. The father's spirit is angry, and it's making itself known. I eventually crawled into bed, but I didn't sleep. I kept the lights on and stared at the door, waiting for something to happen. The rest of the night was a blur of fear and exhaustion. I heard the clock chime 3 in the morning, and sure enough, a few minutes later, I heard the soft click of my brother's door opening down the hall. I didn't dare look. I just pulled the covers over my head and prayed for morning to come. When the sun finally rose, I was still awake, trembling under the blankets. I got up slowly, my body aching from tension, and unlocked my door. The house was quiet. Everything looked normal, but I knew nothing would ever be the same. That pull on my ear, the chair breaking, it was all too real. I haven't been back to the basement since, and I doubt I ever will. My family doesn't talk about it much, but I see the fear in their eyes sometimes. We're all living with this dread, this sense that we're not alone, and that whatever is here, it's not going away. That was months ago, and I still can't explain what happened. I don't know why it chose that night, or why it targeted me. All I know is that I felt it, and I'll never forget the sheer terror of that moment. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I think I hear footsteps in the hall, or a soft whisper, and I just freeze, waiting for it to happen again. But so far, it hasn't. Not like that. I guess that's the thing about living in a house with a history. You never know when the past is going to reach out and grab you, and when it does, there's no escaping it. Story 6. I never thought I'd be back here, not after what happened the first time, but something about that nature reserve near Bar Hill just kept pulling me in, like a stupid itch I had to scratch. It was one of those overcast afternoons in late autumn, the kind where the sky looks like it's made of dirty cotton, and the air has that damp chill that seeps right into your bones. I'd taken the bus out from Peterborough, telling myself I just needed a walk to clear my head. But deep down, I knew I was hoping to see something again. Not the creature from before, God no, but maybe some sign that I wasn't going crazy. That first time, a few months back, I'd spotted this thing in the woods, something tall and shadowy that moved too fast for any animal I'd ever seen. It left me jumpy for weeks, and my friends thought I was making it up for attention. So, yeah, I went back, partly to prove to myself that it was real, and partly because I couldn't stop thinking about it. The reserve isn't huge, but it feels endless when you're alone in there. It's mostly old trees and overgrown paths, with this quiet that's so thick it almost hums. I parked my bike near the entrance and started walking, my boots crunching on the wet leaves. The ground was muddy from recent rain, and I could smell that earthy scent of decay mixed with the sharpness of pine. My heart was already thumping a little faster than usual, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. But for the first hour or so, it was just me and the birds, the occasional rustle in the underbrush that made me jump. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was being paranoid, but that knot in my stomach wouldn't go away. I'd been wandering for maybe 2 hours, following a narrow trail that loops around a small pond. When I decided to cut through a denser part of the woods, the trees were closer together here, their branches tangled like bony fingers overhead, and the light was fading fast. I checked my phone. It was only around 4 in the afternoon, but with the clouds, it felt like dusk. That's when I saw it, a lone tree standing in a small clearing just off the path. It was an old oak, gnarled and twisted, with no other trees around it for maybe 20 feet. Something about it made me stop, dead in my tracks. I remembered it from my first visit. I'd felt a weird vibe there before, but I'd brushed it off as nerves. This time, though, the air felt heavier, colder, like I'd stepped into a different pocket of the world. I stood there for a minute, just staring at the tree, and that's when I noticed the woman. She was hanging from one of the thicker branches, her body swaying gently in the breeze. At first, my brain didn't want to process it. I thought maybe it was a trick of the light, or some old rag caught in the wind. But no, it was a person, a woman in a light-colored dress that fluttered around her legs. Her head was tilted to the side, and her hair was dark and stringy, covering part of her face. The whole thing was so still and silent, except for this rhythmic creaking sound, like an old door swinging back and forth. It was low and steady, almost hypnotic, and it seemed to come from the tree itself, or maybe from her. I froze, my feet glued to the ground. It wasn't just fear that pinned me there. It was this overwhelming wave of sadness that hit me out of nowhere. My chest tightened, and I felt like I couldn't breathe properly. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I didn't even know why. It was the kind of grief you feel when someone close to you dies, this deep, aching sorrow that makes your whole body feel heavy. I tried to look away, to force myself to move, but I couldn't. My eyes were locked on her, watching her sway, listening to that creaking. It was like time had slowed down, and everything else, the birds, the wind, the distant traffic, faded into nothing. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe a minute, maybe 5. My hands were shaking, and I could feel cold sweat on my back. Even though the air was chilly, I kept thinking, this isn't real, it can't be real. But she was right there, so vivid. Her dress was a pale grey, sort of faded, and it billowed slightly with each sway. I could see the way her arms hung limp, and her feet were bare, dirty from the mud below. The creaking sound got louder in my ears, rhythmic and steady, like a heartbeat. It was eerie, but not scary in a jump-scare way. It was worse because it felt so real and so wrong at the same time. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't obey. It was like I was trapped in a nightmare, forced to watch something I had no control over. My mind raced back to the first encounter, that creature I'd seen. It had been in a different part of the reserve, near a stream, and it was tall and shadowy, with long limbs that moved in a way that wasn't human. I'd only caught a glimpse before it vanished, but it left me with this same feeling of dread, like I'd stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. Now, with this woman hanging there, it felt connected, like 2 pieces of the same puzzle. Maybe this place was haunted, or maybe I was losing it, but in that moment, all I could feel was this crushing helplessness. I was just a spectator, unable to do anything but watch. The sadness kept building, and I started crying properly, tears streaming down my face. It wasn't for myself. It was for her. Whoever she was, I felt this intense pity, like I was witnessing something tragic that had happened long ago, and I was the only one who could see it. The creaking sound seemed to sync with my heartbeat, and I could hear it echoing in my head. My legs felt weak, and I had to lean against a nearby tree to keep from collapsing. The bark was rough under my hands, and the cold seeped through my gloves. I kept staring, hoping she'd disappear, but she didn't. Her swaying was gentle, almost peaceful, but it made my stomach churn. Then, without thinking, I blinked. It was just a normal blink, the kind you do without realizing. But when I opened my eyes, she was gone, vanished, like she'd never been there. The creaking sound stopped instantly, and the clearing was silent again, except for the faint rustle of leaves. I stood there, stunned, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I'd imagined it, but the spot under the tree was empty. No woman, no rope, nothing. The branch she'd been hanging from was just a normal branch, swaying slightly in the wind. For a few seconds I couldn't move. I just stared at the empty space, my mind trying to catch up. The sadness was still there, a heavy weight in my chest, but now it was mixed with confusion and fear. I took a step forward, my legs wobbly, and walked toward the tree. The ground was soft and muddy, and I could see my own footprints from earlier, but there were no other marks, no sign that anyone else had been there. I reached out and touched the branch. It was cold and rough, and it didn't creak when I moved it. Everything was normal, too normal, and that made it even creepier. I spent the next 10 minutes searching the area, my hands trembling as I pushed aside bushes and looked behind trees. Nothing. No evidence, no explanation. The sky was getting darker, and the wind picked up, making the trees whisper around me. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I knew I had to get out of there. I started walking back toward the path, my pace quickening until I was almost running. Every sound made me jump, a twig snapping, a bird taking flight, and I kept glancing back, half expecting to see her again, or worse, that creature from before. By the time I reached the bike, I was out of breath and sweating, even though the air was cold. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers numb, and practically threw myself onto the seat. The ride back to Peterborough was a blur. I pedaled as fast as I could, not stopping until I was back in my flat. I locked the door behind me and sat on the floor, shaking, trying to make sense of what had happened. The image of that woman hanging there was burned into my mind, and that creaking sound kept echoing in my ears. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I just sat there, replaying it over and over. The connection to the first sighting kept nagging at me. Both times I'd felt this overwhelming emotion, fear with the creature, sadness with the woman, and both times it had left me feeling violated, like something had reached into my head and messed with my feelings. I thought about reporting it, but to who? The police would think I was crazy, and even if they believed me, what could they do? It wasn't a crime scene. There was nothing there, so I kept it to myself, but it haunted me. For days, I'd wake up in the middle of the night, hearing that creaking, or I'd see her swaying in my dreams. The sadness lingered too, this dull ache that made it hard to focus on anything else. Even now, weeks later, I can't explain it. I've gone over every detail in my head, trying to find a logical reason. Maybe it was a hallucination from stress or some kind of optical illusion, but it felt too real, too vivid. The way the dress moved, the sound of the creaking, the weight of that grief. It wasn't something my mind could just make up. And why that tree? Why that day? I don't know, and I probably never will. All I know is that I'm never going back to that reserve, no matter how much it pulls at me. Some things are better left alone, and whatever is out there, it's not for me to see. Story 7. That morning, my relief Todd called me at about 5. I was doing my last rounds, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the dusty, silent dark between the giant, sleeping looms. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and his voice was all static and panic. said his car was dead, wouldn't even turn over. He was going to be late, maybe an hour, maybe more, waiting on his brother-in-law to come give him a jump. I remember the feeling that settled in my gut right then. It wasn't just annoyance, it was a heavy, sinking disappointment. That church service, it was more than just habit. After my divorce, after a lot of things, it was the one place where I felt the world was in order, where things made sense. Missing it felt like a physical loss. So I finished my rounds, clocked out a little after 6 when Todd finally showed up, smelling of cold air and gasoline. The sun wasn't even up yet. It was that deep, dark blue time just before dawn. I sat in my truck in the parking lot for a minute, the engine rumbling, trying to decide what to do with myself. I was too wound up to just go home and sleep. That's when I remembered the night service. A buddy of mine had mentioned it once. A small, non-denominational church way out on the other side of the county did a sunrise service for shift workers and insomniacs. I figured, why not? It was better than staring at my ceiling. I plugged the general area into my GPS and started driving. The route took me down roads I usually avoided, narrow 2-lane blacktops that curled through pine woods so thick they blotted out the emerging morning light. My headlights were the only thing cutting the gloom. It was dead quiet out there. No other cars, no houses, just trees and more trees. I remember feeling a little disconnected, like I'd driven into a pocket of the world that everyone else had forgotten about. That's when I saw the sign. It was an old, wooden thing. The paint faded to a ghostly white. It stood crooked on a post, like the ground had shifted under it over the years. Christ Community Church, it read, with an arrow pointing down an even narrower road to the right. All are welcome. The sign looked ancient, but the words were freshly painted, a stark, clean black against the weathered wood. It felt inviting, like a hand beckoning from the shadows. On a whim, I turned. I don't even know why. My truck bumped onto the gravel road, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. The trees closed in overhead, their branches weaving together to form a tunnel. The air got colder, and I had to turn off the AC and roll up my window. I could see my breath just a little. That was strange. For an Alabama spring morning, I drove slow, the gravel crunching under my tires, for about a half mile until the trees suddenly opened up. And there it was, a church, the whitest church I have ever seen. It wasn't a bright new white. It was a pure bone white, a simple wooden building with a tall, pointy steeple and a single dark door. It looked pristine, like it had been built yesterday, but something about its shape, its proportions, felt old, really old. Behind it, tucked into the edge of the woods, was a graveyard. The headstones were tilting at all angles, moss-covered and worn smooth by time. The contrast was jarring, the impossibly clean church and its ancient sleeping neighbors. There were a few other cars parked in the grass lot, old models, boxy sedans from the 80s or maybe even earlier. I pulled my beat-up Ford Ranger in next to a big, boat-like Oldsmobile and killed the engine. The silence rushed back in. It was so complete it felt heavy. I sat there for a minute, looking at the church. Something felt off. I couldn't place it. Maybe it was the lack of sound. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just a profound, waiting quiet. But I'd come all this way. I got out, my boots making soft thuds on the damp grass. I was still in my security uniform, a dark polo and pants, and I felt underdressed. As I walked toward the door, I noticed the air smelled different. Not like pine and earth, but clean, like ozone after a storm, mixed with the faint, sweet scent of lilacs. There were no lilac bushes that I could see. I pulled open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It was the smell of my grandmother's house. Beeswax, old wood, and faintly of hymnals. The light inside was a soft golden color, coming from gas lamps mounted on the walls. Not electric lights, gas lamps with real flickering flames, and then Every single person in the congregation turned to look at me. There were maybe 40 of them, all dressed in clothes from another time, the men in dark, heavy-looking suits with wide ties, the women in long, high-necked dresses, their hair pinned up in severe styles. Their faces were pale and solemn, not a single one of them smiled. They didn't look hostile, just intensely curious. It was the unison of it that got me, like a flock of birds changing direction all at once. My skin prickled all over. A man stood up at the front. He was tall and thin, with a sharp face and hair slicked back with pomade. He wore a black suit. "Welcome, brother," he said, and his voice was smooth as honey, but it had a strange hollow quality to it, like it was echoing down a long pipe. "I'm Pastor Paul. We're so glad you found your way to us. Please, find a seat." His smile was wide, but it didn't reach his eyes. His eyes were a pale, watery blue, and they seemed to look right through me. I managed a weak nod and slid into the last pew, my back to the door. The wood of the bench was hard and cool. The people slowly turned back to face the front, the rustle of their old-fashioned clothes the only sound the service began. It was beautiful, I have to give it that. The most beautiful church service I'd ever experienced. They sang hymns a cappella, their voices blending in perfect, haunting harmony. They sang the old rugged cross and Amazing Grace, but the melodies were slightly different, older sounding, with turns and phrases I'd never heard before. The sound filled the small space, so pure and resonant it felt like it was vibrating in my bones. It was moving, but in a way that made my heart ache with a strange sadness. It was too perfect. Unnaturally so. Pastor Paul's sermon was about faith and doubt, about holding fast to what is true, even when the world seems to shift under your feet. He never looked at a Bible, never glanced at notes. His words just flowed, and his pale eyes kept drifting back to me. It felt less like a sermon, and more like a message meant specifically for me. The whole time, that heavy, silent attention from the congregation never wavered. They were utterly still, utterly focused. When the service ended, no one moved to leave. They all stood and turned to face me again as Pastor Paul walked down the aisle. He stopped right in front of my pew. "We hope you'll join us again," he said, that same unsettling smile on his face. It wasn't a request. The way he said it, the weight he put on the words, made it feel like a command. A chill, cold and sharp, ran straight down my spine. I'll try," I stammered. His head tilted just a fraction. "We'll be expecting you." I practically fled. I mumbled a goodbye, turned and pushed through the door back out into the morning. The sun was fully up now, but the light felt thin and weak. I got in my truck, my hands shaking so badly I fumbled the keys. I didn't look back as I sped down that gravel road, the dust cloud billowing behind me like a ghost. The whole next week I couldn't get it out of my head. The perfect hymns, the pale, still faces, the smell of beeswax and ozone. Pastor Paul's commanding invitation. A part of me was deeply unsettled, a low-grade dread that hummed in the background of everything I did. But another part, the part that missed that feeling of order and peace, was drawn back. It was like a hook had been set in me. So the next Sunday, even though my shift had ended on time and I could have gone to my normal church, I found myself driving back down that narrow country road, the same crooked sign, the same tunnel of trees, the same bone-white church standing in the clearing. This time, when I walked in, the reaction was different. They didn't all turn in unison. Instead, as I stepped into the golden lamplight, a soft collective sigh went through the room. A few of the women smiled, small, knowing smiles. They nodded at me, like they'd been waiting, like I was expected. The service was exactly the same word for word, note for note. Pastor Paul gave the same sermon with the same inflections, the same pauses. He even gestured in the same places. It was a recording, a perfect living recording. The beauty of it was now suffocating. The harmony of the hymns felt like a trap. That gut feeling, the one my daddy always told me to listen to, was screaming at me now. It was a raw animal panic, telling me to run and never look back. I didn't stay to talk. The second the last hymn ended, I was out of my seat and through the door. I didn't run, but I walked fast, my heart hammering against my ribs. I drove home in a daze, the feeling of dread now a solid, cold stone in my stomach. The next day, Monday, my phone rang. It was my pastor, Gary. We're friendly. He checks in on me from time to time since the divorce. We made small talk for a few minutes, and then he asked, "How was your Sunday? Didn't see you at service." I hesitated. I don't know why I said it. Maybe I needed to hear someone else say it was all in my head. "Oh, I tried somewhere new, a little place called Christ Community Church out on the old county roads." The line went silent for so long I thought we'd been disconnected. "Gary, you there?" "John," he said, and his voice was dead serious. "Where did you say you went?" "Christ Community Church. Little white wooden church. Big graveyard out back. Why?" Another long pause. I could hear him breathing. "John, that's not possible. Christ Community Church. There's a historical marker out that way. The church and its entire congregation were lost, an earthquake. It was over 100 years ago. The ground just opened up and swallowed the whole thing. The building, the cemetery, everything. It's just an empty field now." I laughed. It was a tight, nervous sound. "Come on, Gary. I was just there. Yesterday and the week before I talked to the pastor, Pastor Paul." "John," he said, his voice gentle but firm, like he was talking to a spooked horse. "There hasn't been a Pastor Paul there for more than a century. What you're describing, it's not there." We got off the phone not long after. He was worried about me, I could tell. I tried to shrug it off, a mix-up. A different church with the same name. He had to be wrong. But that cold stone in my gut had turned to ice. I couldn't focus on anything for the rest of the day. By late afternoon, the unease was a physical itch under my skin I had to see for myself. I had to prove Gary wrong. I got in my truck and drove back out there, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I found the turnoff. The crooked sign was gone. There was just a rotten stump where the post had been. My throat went dry. I turned down the road anyway, the trees looking less like a tunnel and more like a tangled, impenetrable wall. I drove slowly, looking for the clearing. There was no clearing. Where the pristine white church and its ancient graveyard had stood was just a field. A big, empty field, overgrown with weeds and scrubby pines. A new, shiny wire fence ran along part of it, and there were trees, young pines, that I was absolutely certain had not been there just 2 days before. It was like the land itself had been rearranged. I stopped the truck and got out, my legs feeling weak. The air smelled normal now, just dirt and pine. The profound silence was gone, replaced by the buzz of insects and the call of a distant bird I walked to where the church steps should have been. There was nothing, just hard-packed earth and clumps of grass. I stood there for a long time, just staring at that empty field, the wind brushing through the weeds. The reality of what Gary had told me crashed down on me. 100 years. The ground swallowing everything. I had sat in a pew. I had smelled the beeswax. I had heard their perfect ghostly hymns. I had looked into Pastor Paul's pale, knowing eyes. I hadn't found a glitch or a ghost. I had answered an invitation that was never meant for me. I had walked into a memory, a perfect, self-contained echo of a moment from a century ago, and they had seen me. They had acknowledged me, and they were expecting me to come back. I never did. I never will. But sometimes, on a quiet Sunday morning when the light is just right, I'll catch a scent of ozone and lilacs on the air, or I'll hear a fragment of an old hymn on the edge of the wind, and I'll feel that cold hook tugging at me, a reminder that something out there is still waiting. Story 8. I've been putting off writing this down for a while now, mostly because every time I think about it, My hands start to shake, and I feel that same cold dread creeping up my spine. But I need to get it out, and maybe someone here will believe me or even have gone through something similar. I was in the hospital in Rochester for epilepsy monitoring. They stick you in this room with electrodes glued to your head and monitors beeping all the time, and they watch you for days to catch a seizure on camera. It's supposed to help figure out the best treatment, but honestly, it's exhausting and kind of creepy, just lying there waiting for your brain to misfire. This all happened on one specific day, a Tuesday, I think, because I remember the weekend had just ended and the hospital felt quieter. Like everyone was back to their routines. I'd been there since Monday, but Tuesday was the day everything went sideways. I woke up early, around 6 in the morning, because the nurses came in for vitals. The room was dim, with just the hallway lights seeping under the door, and I could hear the soft hum of the machines. My head was sore from the electrodes, and I had this dull headache that never really went away during those stays. After they left, I tried to doze off again, but I couldn't shake this feeling that someone else was in the room with me. Not like a nurse or anything, just a presence. It was cold, way colder than the rest of the hospital, and I kept thinking I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. At first, I brushed it off as sleepiness or the meds messing with me, but then I noticed this figure near the window. It was faint, like a shadow that didn't quite fit, and it had this old-fashioned nurse's uniform on, you know, the kind from black and white photos, with a long dress and one of those little caps. She was just standing there, not moving, and I felt this overwhelming sadness coming from her. It wasn't scary at first, more like a deep, heavy grief that made my chest ache. I sat up slowly, thinking maybe I was hallucinating from lack of sleep or the epilepsy itself. But she didn't fade away. She stayed there, and I could see details. Her hair was pulled back tight, and her hands were clasped in front of her, like she was waiting for something. The room felt heavier, like the air was thick with sorrow. I remember my heart pounding, not from fear yet, but from this weird empathy. I wanted to ask if she was okay, but I didn't dare speak. After a minute or two, she just vanished, and the cold spot went away, but that feeling of sadness lingered. Throughout the morning, I couldn't focus on anything. The nurses came and went, doing their checks, and I tried to read a book to pass the time, but my mind kept drifting back to that figure. Around 10 o'clock, one of the younger nurses, Sarah, she was always chatty, came in to adjust my IV. I must have looked spooked because she asked if I was feeling all right. I hesitated, but then I mumbled something about seeing something weird. She got quiet for a second and said, "You're not the first to say that in this unit. There's stories about a nurse from way back, early 1900s, they say. She lost a little boy during a seizure and never got over it. People sense her sometimes, especially when things get rough." That sent a chill right through me. It wasn't just my imagination, others had felt it too. Sarah didn't say much more, just that the nurse was supposed to be harmless, but sad, and she'd been spotted in this part of the hospital for years. I spent the next couple of hours turning that over in my head. The epilepsy unit was on the older side of the building, with creaky floors and that hospital smell of antiseptic and stale air. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see her again, but nothing happened until after lunch. I ate the bland hospital food, some kind of chicken and veggies, and then tried to nap. But as I lay there, I started feeling that coldness again, this time stronger. It was like someone had opened a window to winter. Even though it was warm outside, I opened my eyes, and there she was, closer this time, right by the foot of my bed. Her face was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were deep and sad, like she'd seen too much. I could feel this ache in my own heart, like I was feeling her pain. She didn't move or make a sound, just stood there, and I noticed she was looking at the empty space next to me, like she was remembering someone. I wanted to scream or call for help, but my throat felt tight. Instead, I just watched her, and for a split second I thought I saw a tear roll down her cheek. Then she faded away again and the room warmed up slowly. My hands were trembling and I had to breathe deeply to calm down. I thought about pressing the call button, but what would I say? I saw a ghost nurse. They'd probably think I was having a seizure or losing it. The afternoon dragged on, and I tried to distract myself with TV, but the sound was low, and I kept hearing whispers, not like people talking, more like soft, hushed voices that I couldn't make out. At one point, I thought I heard a child crying, but when I turned up the volume, it stopped. I was on edge, jumping at every little noise. The monitors beeped steadily, reminding me why I was there, and I started dreading the possibility of a seizure. Usually I fear them because of the loss of control, but now I was scared of what might happen with her around. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, I felt a familiar aura, that weird sensation I get before a seizure. For me, it's like a wave of dizziness, and this metallic taste in my mouth. I knew it was coming, and I pressed the call button to alert the nurses. They came in quickly, checking the monitors and getting ready, but this time it felt different. The coldness returned, sharper than before, and I saw the nurse again, this time right beside me. She was reaching out a hand, like she was trying to comfort me, but her touch was ice cold. I could feel her fingers brush my shoulder, and it sent a shiver through my whole body. Then the seizure hit. It was one of the big ones, a tonic-clonic, where everything goes black and your body convulses. I've had them before, so I know the drill, but this was worse. I felt like I was sinking, like I was being pulled underwater, and the nurse was there in the darkness with me. I could see her face, still sad, but now there was this urgency in her eyes. The medical stuff is a blur. I remember voices around me, people holding me down, the beeping of machines going crazy, but in my head, I was somewhere else. I felt my heart stutter, then stop. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. Not pain, just this emptiness, like I was floating and nothing mattered anymore. In that moment, I saw the nurse clearly. She was kneeling next to me, and she had her hands on my chest like she was doing CPR, but it was gentle, not forceful. I felt a warmth spread through me, and then my heart started again with a jolt. The seizure ended, and I came to with nurses all around me, looking relieved. One of them said something about my heart stopping for a few seconds, but they got it back. I was groggy and confused, but the first thing I noticed was that the cold was gone. The nurse wasn't there anymore. They kept me under close watch for the rest of the night, but I didn't sense her again. No whispers, no cold spots, no shadows. It was like she'd vanished for good. I lay there, trying to process what happened. Did she save me? Was that why she was here all along? To make up for not saving that boy all those years ago? I'll never know for sure, but I can't shake the feeling that she moved on after that. The sadness I'd felt from her was gone, replaced by this quiet peace. I was discharged a couple days later, and I've been home since, but that day sticks with me. Every time I think about it, I get chills. I don't tell many people because they'd think I'm crazy, but I know what I felt. That nurse, her grief, and then that moment when everything went still. It's burned into my memory. I still have seizures sometimes, but nothing like that day, and I've never felt her presence again. It's like she did what she needed to do and finally let go. Story 9. I never thought much about abandoned places until that day. My brother and I were always into exploring old buildings, but this was different. We'd heard stories about the old hotel in Marysville, California, from some friends who said it was haunted or cursed or something. I didn't believe in any of that stuff, but my brother was always the adventurous one, and he talked me into checking it out with him. It was a Saturday, and we had nothing better to do, so we drove out there around mid-morning. The sky was overcast, and there was this weird chill in the air that made me wish I'd worn a thicker jacket. The hotel was on the outskirts of town, tucked away behind a bunch of overgrown trees. It looked like it had been forgotten for decades. Paint peeling off the walls, windows broken, and a general sense of decay hanging over it. We parked the car on a dirt road about 100 yards away and walked the rest of the way. My brother was excited, practically bouncing on his feet, but I felt this knot in my stomach from the moment we got close. The place had a reputation for being connected to some dark stuff, like satanic rituals or something, but I brushed it off as small-town gossip. As we pushed open the creaky front door, the smell hit me first. It was this mix of mold, dust, and something else I couldn't place, almost like rotten meat or old blood. The air was thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. We had flashlights with us because the inside was pitch black, even though it was still daytime outside. The beams cut through the darkness, revealing a lobby that was frozen in time. Furniture was covered in sheets, but they were torn and stained, and there were cobwebs everywhere. Dust motes danced in the light, and every step we took echoed way too loud, like the building was watching us. We started exploring the ground floor, moving slowly because the floorboards felt unstable in some spots. My brother pointed out graffiti on the walls, mostly names and dates, but then we saw its satanic symbols, carved into the wood and painted in what looked like red spray paint. Pentagrams, inverted crosses, and other shapes I didn't recognize. They were fresh, or at least they looked it, not faded like the rest of the place. That's when I started to feel really uneasy. My heart was beating faster, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be there. We moved deeper into the hotel, down a hallway that led to what must have been the old dining area. The floor was littered with broken glass and debris, and we had to be careful not to trip. I remember the sound of our footsteps mixing with this faint scratching noise. At first, I thought it was just rats. We'd seen a few scurrying around, but then it got louder. It was coming from one of the rooms up ahead. My brother nudged me and whispered, "You hear that?" I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. We crept toward the sound, our flashlights shaking a little because my hands were trembling. The door to the room was half open, and we peeked inside. That's when we saw her. A woman, completely naked, crouched in the middle of the floor. Her skin was pale and covered in dirt, and her hair was a tangled mess. She was screaming, but it wasn't a human scream. It was this high-pitched, animal-like sound that made my blood run cold, and she was chasing rats, grabbing at them with her hands and laughing, this insane, maniacal laugh that echoed off the walls. I froze, unable to move. My brother grabbed my arm and pulled me back, but it was too late. She turned and looked right at us. Her eyes were wide and wild, like she wasn't all there, and she started crawling toward us, still laughing. The rats were scattering everywhere, squeaking and running between our legs. I felt this surge of pure terror, like nothing I'd ever experienced before. My legs felt like jelly, and I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. We turned and ran, not caring about the debris or the unstable floors. All I could think was that we had to get out of there. The woman was right behind us, her laughter filling the hallway mixed with her screams. It was like something out of a nightmare, but it was real. I could feel the cold air whipping past my face, and my lungs burned from running so hard. We burst through the front door and didn't stop until we were back at the car, panting and shaking. We drove away as fast as we could, not looking back. The whole ride home, neither of us said a word. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her chasing us down the road. When we got back to my apartment, we just sat in the car for a few minutes, trying to process what happened. My brother was as pale as a ghost, and I could still feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. That was months ago, but I still think about it every day. I can't shake the image of that woman or the sound of her laughter. We never went back, and we never told anyone else about it. Sometimes I wonder if she was real or if it was all in our heads, but I know what I saw. I don't have any answers, and I probably never will. All I know is that I'll never set foot in an abandoned building again. Story 10. My childhood wasn't easy. My parents fought a lot, yelling matches that would echo through the house, slamming doors, that kind of thing. It wasn't violent or anything, just constant tension, like walking on eggshells all the time. I spent most of my afternoons outside in the backyard to get away from it. That's where Nana was. Nana wasn't my grandmother by blood. She was our neighbor, an older lady who lived next door, but she felt like family. She'd been around since I was a baby, and she kind of took me under her wing when things got loud at home. Her real name was something formal, but everyone called her Nana, and it stuck. The backyard was this big, messy space with overgrown grass and a vegetable patch Nana had started years ago. It wasn't fancy, just a rectangle of dirt bordered by old wooden planks with tomatoes, carrots, and some herbs she'd name off like they were friends. Mint, basil, rosemary. She taught me how to garden, showing me how to dig little holes for seeds, how to water them without drowning them, and how to pull weeds without hurting the plants. Her hands were always covered in soil, and she'd wipe them on her apron, leaving smudges. She had this way of talking, soft and slow, like everything was worth paying attention to. When my parents were fighting, I'd slip out the back door, and she'd be there kneeling by the plants, and she'd just pat the ground next to her. We wouldn't always talk. Sometimes we'd just sit, and she'd hum this old tune I never knew the name of. It was peaceful. She had this bright green scarf she always wore when she gardened. It was made of some thin, silky material, and it was this vivid, almost electric green, like the color of new leaves in spring. She'd tie it around her head to keep her hair out of her face, and it stood out against her grey hair and the browns and greens of the garden. I remember asking her about it once, and she said it was a gift from someone a long time ago, and it brought her luck. She'd smile when she said that, a calm, gentle smile that made you feel like everything was okay, even when it wasn't. Then she got sick. It happened fast. 1 week she was out in the garden, and the next she was in the hospital. Some kind of illness the doctors couldn't fix, my mom said. I didn't understand it all then. I just knew she wasn't there anymore. The backyard felt empty without her. The plants started to wilt because no one was tending to them, and the grass grew even taller. My parents' fighting didn't stop, but it felt louder now because I didn't have Nana to escape to. I'd sit on the back steps and stare at the garden, hoping she'd come back, but she never did. She died a few weeks later. I didn't go to the funeral. My parents thought I was too young, so it never really felt real. It was like she'd just gone away on a trip. The day it happened started like any other. It was a school day, I think, because I remember coming home, and my mom was quiet, which was unusual. She'd been crying, I could tell, but she didn't say why. Dinner was tense. My dad was grumbling about work, and my mom was barely talking. I went to bed early, just to get away from it all. My room was at the back of the house, with a window that looked out over the backyard. I could see the garden from there, all shadowy and neglected in the moonlight. I fell asleep pretty quickly, exhausted from the day. I don't know what woke me up. It wasn't a noise or anything, just this sudden feeling, like someone had tapped me on the shoulder. I opened my eyes, and the room was dark, but not pitch black. There was a bit of light from the street lamp outside, casting long shadows across the floor. My heart was already starting to beat faster, like it knew something was wrong before my brain did. I lay there for a second, trying to shake off the sleep, and then I saw her. At the foot of my bed, standing there, was Nana. I froze completely. My breath caught in my throat and I couldn't move, not even to sit up. She was just there, silent and still, like she'd been there the whole time. She looked exactly how I remembered her, but different too. She was wearing the same clothes she always did when she gardened, a simple floral dress and that bright green scarf tied around her head. It was so vivid, even in the dim light, that it almost glowed. Her face was pale, but she was smiling, this calm, gentle smile that I knew so well. It wasn't a scary smile. It was the same one she'd give me when we were in the garden, like she was reassuring me. But it was terrifying. My whole body went cold, and I could feel goosebumps rising on my arms. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I just stared, unable to look away. She didn't move or make any noise. She was just standing there looking at me. I remember thinking, this can't be real. I must be dreaming. But it felt too real. The air in the room felt heavier, colder, like someone had opened a window and let in a draft. I could smell something faint, like damp soil and mint, the way the garden smelled after a rain. That's when I knew it was her, not some trick of the light. Then she did something that made my blood run cold. She didn't speak. There was no sound at all. But she moved her lips, slowly, deliberately. She mouthed words. I could see her mouth forming the shapes, and even though I couldn't hear anything, I knew what she was saying. Everything will be okay. It was clear, like she was whispering it right into my mind. Her eyes were locked on mine, and there was this warmth in them. But it didn't make the fear go away. If anything, it made it worse. Because how could this be happening? How could she be here after she was gone? I don't know how long it lasted. Maybe a few seconds, maybe a minute. It felt like forever. I was trembling, my hands clutching the sheets so tight my knuckles hurt. I wanted to close my eyes, but I was afraid she'd disappear, or worse, come closer. But she didn't. She just stood there, smiling that calm smile, and then, as slowly as she'd appeared, she faded away. It wasn't like she walked off or vanished in a puff of smoke. She just kind of dissolved into the shadows until there was nothing left but the empty space at the foot of my bed. The room felt normal again almost immediately. The cold air warmed up, and the smell of soil faded. I lay there, shaking for what felt like hours. I didn't dare move. I kept staring at the spot where she'd been, half expecting her to come back. My mind was racing. Was I going crazy? Did I imagine it? But it felt so real. I could still picture that green scarf, bright as day, and her lips moving silently. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep, because I woke up in the morning with the sun streaming through the window. I never told anyone about it. Not my parents, not my friends. What would I say? I saw a ghost last night, and she told me everything would be okay. They'd think I was making it up or that I'd had a bad dream, but it wasn't a dream. I know it wasn't. Over the years, whenever things got tough, when my parents finally split up, when I moved schools, when I felt alone, I'd think back to that night. It did bring me comfort in a weird way. Like Nana was still watching over me, making sure I was all right. But it was haunting too. I'd get chills whenever I saw something green that reminded me of that scarf, or when I smelled mint in someone's garden. It stayed with me, this mix of fear and peace, and I still don't know what to make of it. That's it. That's what happened. I've never been able to explain it, and I probably never will. Story 11. We'd gone to bed late, tired from moving furniture and laughing about how we didn't have a clue what we were doing. The room was dim, with just a sliver of moonlight coming through the blinds we hadn't quite figured out how to close properly. I fell asleep pretty quickly, wrapped up in that warm, content feeling you get when you're next to someone you love. But I didn't stay asleep for long. I woke up because of a sound, or maybe it was the lack of sound. The house was dead quiet, but I could feel my wife shaking beside me. At first I thought she was cold, so I reached out to pull the blanket over her. That's when I realized she was rigid, like a statue, and her eyes were wide open, fixed on something past my shoulder. Her breath was coming in little pants, so shallow I could barely hear it. I whispered her name, but she didn't look at me. Instead, she leaned in closer, her lips almost touching my ear, and her voice was so low and strained it sent a chill right through me. "There's someone behind you," she said, and the way she said it, like she was trying not to scream, made my stomach drop. I froze. My first thought was that someone had broken in, We'd locked the door before bed. I was sure of it, but maybe we forgot a window or something. I remember straining to hear any movement, but there was nothing, just the hum of the refrigerator downstairs and the sound of my own heart beating way too fast. I wanted to turn around to see what she was looking at, but something held me back. The air in the room felt thick, heavy, like when you're underwater and everything is slow and muffled. It was hard to breathe, like there was a weight on my chest. Slowly, I shifted, turning my head just enough to glance over my shoulder. I didn't see anything at first, just the dark shape of the door across the room, shut tight like we'd left it. But the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. My skin prickled, and I had this urge to curl into a ball and hide, but I couldn't move much. My wife's hand tightened on my arm, her nails digging in just enough to hurt. "What is it?" I asked, my voice coming out as a croak. She didn't answer right away. Her eyes were still locked on that spot behind me, and she was trembling so hard the bed shook with her. When she finally spoke, her words were broken, like she was fighting to get them out. It's a person, but not. It's small, maybe 4 feet tall, and it's wearing a black cloak thing. The shoulders are sharp like points, and its hair is long and black like coal, and its face. It looks human, but it's startled, like it didn't expect us to see it. I felt cold all over, like I'd been dunked in ice water, a 4-foot-tall figure. In our locked bedroom. It didn't make any sense. I wanted to laugh it off, to say she was dreaming, but the fear in her voice was too real. I risked another look, turning my head a little more, and that's when I felt it. A shift in the air, like something had moved closer. I didn't see anything, but the heaviness intensified, pressing down on me until I had to gasp for breath. My wife let out a little whimper and buried her face in my shoulder. "It's still there," she whispered, her voice cracking. "Don't move." So we stayed like that, frozen in place. For what felt like hours, I could feel every beat of my heart, every shaky breath she took. The room was cold now, colder than it should have been for early autumn, and I started to notice little details I'd missed before. The way the moonlight caught the dust motes in the air, the faint smell of something earthy like wet soil that hadn't been there when we went to bed. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation. Sleep paralysis? A nightmare? But we were both awake, both feeling the same thing. I remember staring at the door, willing it to stay shut, and wondering if I should make a run for it. But I couldn't leave her, and I was too scared to move. My legs felt like jelly, and my arms were locked around her, holding her as much for my comfort as hers. Time dragged on, and the silence became unbearable. Every creak of the house made us jump, but there were no footsteps, no voices, just that oppressive stillness. After a while, I don't know how long, the heaviness started to lift. It happened slowly, like fog burning off in the morning sun. The air felt lighter, and the cold seeped away, leaving us shivering but relieved. My wife slowly uncurled from me, her eyes darting around the room before she finally looked at me. "It's gone," she said, and burst into tears. I held her while she cried, rubbing her back and whispering that everything was okay. But I didn't believe it. My own hands were shaking, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something there. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We just sat there in bed with the lamp on, watching the shadows and jumping at every noise. The room felt different now, tainted, like something had left a mark on it. As the sky started to lighten outside, I felt a stupid sense of hope. Daylight always makes things seem less scary, right? We talked about what happened, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a shared dream or stress from the move. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The fear was too raw, too physical. I could still feel the ghost of that heavy air on my skin, and the image of what she described, the small figure with the sharp shoulders and coal-black hair, was burned into my brain. We got up eventually, made coffee, and went through the motions of the morning, but neither of us mentioned going back to bed that night. I kept catching my wife staring into space, her face pale, and I'd reach for her hand just to remind myself she was real. We promised each other we'd face whatever it was, that we wouldn't let it scare us, but as the day wore on, that bravery felt flimsy, like paper in the rain. By evening, we were exhausted, but too wired to sleep. We decided to leave all the lights on and try to rest, but I knew it was a losing battle. As I lay down next to her, I could feel the tension in the room, like the air was charged with something waiting to happen. I closed my eyes, praying for a normal night, but in the back of my mind, I knew it wasn't over. The terror of that fifth night had stripped away any illusion of safety, and I was left with this hollow, crawling fear that something was still there, watching us, waiting for the dark to return. Story 12. But that night was different. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I'd just had my 2 days off and my body was still fighting the switch back to the graveyard shift. My head felt thick, my eyes were gritty, and all I wanted was for the sun to come up so I could go home, shower off the dust and crash. The air in the mill building is always thick with lime dust. It's a fine white powder that gets everywhere. In your hair, under your fingernails, in the creases of your skin. You taste it in the back of your throat, a dry, chalky taste that never really goes away, even after you've left the place. My job that night was to oil the main ball mill. It's a giant rotating drum, taller than a house, filled with steel balls that grind the limestone into powder. It's loud as hell, a deafening roar of metal on rock on metal. To get to the grease points, you have to climb up this metal staircase to a platform that runs alongside the top of the mill. The handrails are always cold and slick with a mix of oil and dust. I was up there, the mill screaming right beside me, the vibration coming up through the soles of my steel-toed boots and into my bones. I had my grease gun in one hand and a rag in the other, just going through the motions. Point, squeeze, wipe, point, squeeze, wipe. My mind was a million miles away, probably thinking about what I was going to make for breakfast when I got home. That's when it happened. I was bent over, trying to get at a grease fitting that was tucked in an awkward spot, when I felt this sudden, cold shower of dust rain down on my hard hat and the back of my neck. It wasn't the normal, ever-present floating dust. This was a concentrated dump, like someone had knocked a pile of it off a beam directly above me. Instinctively, I jerked upright, brushing at my neck with the rag, and looked up. Above the platform I was on, there's another, smaller catwalk, a real old piece of the plant that's mostly used for running electrical conduit. It's a grid of metal grating, so you can see right through it. And standing on that catwalk, directly over my head, were a pair of legs. I froze. My brain tried to process it. They were clad in dark brown work pants, the kind everyone here wears, the kind that are always stained with grease and whitened by lime. And on the feet were a pair of scuffed, heavy-duty work boots, the laces tied in a sloppy knot. They were just standing there. And that's all there was. Just the legs, from the boots up to about mid-thigh. There was nothing above the knees, no torso, no arms, no head, just legs, standing on the catwalk. My eyes were glued to them. I remember my heart just hammering against my ribs, a frantic, painful thumping. The roar of the mill seemed to fade into a dull hum, like my ears had filled with cotton. I couldn't move. I just stared at these two disembodied legs, rooted to the spot on the platform below. Then they started to walk. It was a slow, heavy, deliberate walk. The boots made a solid metallic clunk, clunk, clunk on the steel grating with each step. A normal, heavy-footed workman's walk. But there was no one attached to them. They moved away from me, down the catwalk, the sound of their footsteps somehow cutting cleanly through the industrial din. I watched them, my head tilted back, my mouth probably hanging open. I watched them take maybe 5 or 6 steps, and then right where the catwalk makes a turn around a giant dust collector, they just vanished. not like they walked out of sight. One moment they were there, the next step they were just gone. The clunk sound stopped mid-stride. The dust in the air settled. I stood there for, I don't know how long, maybe 10 seconds, maybe a full minute, just staring at the empty catwalk. The roar of the mill rushed back into my ears, louder than ever. My body unlocked and I stumbled back a step, my shoulder hitting the cold metal guardrail. I felt cold all over, a deep internal chill that had nothing to do with the night air. My hands were shaking. I looked down at my grease gun, then back up at the empty space, half expecting the legs to reappear. I practically fell down the staircase in my hurry to get off that platform. My boots slipped on the steps and I had to grab the railing hard to keep from tumbling down. I hit the main concrete floor and my legs felt like jelly. I scanned the vast, shadowy space of the mill building. It was empty, just me and the machines. The giant conveyors were still. The crushers were silent for a maintenance period. It was just the ball mill and me. And whatever that was, I found my co-worker, Mark, outside, near the loader dock, having a smoke. He saw my face and his joking expression dropped. "Whoa, you all right, man? You look like you've seen a ghost." The words hit me like a physical blow. I just stared at him, my mind racing. I told him what I'd seen, the words tumbling out of me in a rushed, breathless jumble, the dust falling, looking up, the legs walking, the boots, the sound, the vanishing act. I wasn't trying to be dramatic. I was just trying to get it out, to make someone else understand the sheer wrongness of what I'd just witnessed. Mark listened, his cigarette forgotten between his fingers. When I finished, he let out a short, sharp laugh. It wasn't a mean laugh, more of a nervous one. "Seriously, boots and legs? Dude, you're seeing things. You need more sleep. It was probably just a shadow or something, or you got dust in your eyes." I shook my head, frustrated. "It wasn't a shadow, Mark. I saw it. I heard the footsteps. They were real." He just shrugged, taking a final drag and flicking the butt away. "Well, if you did see something, you must have seen Bish. Welcome to the club." He clapped me on the shoulder and walked back inside, leaving me standing there in the cold, feeling more alone and unsettled than ever. The rest of the shift was agony. Every little creak from the building made me jump. Every time I had to go into a dimly lit area, my heart would start racing. I kept glancing up at the catwalks, my neck getting sore from the constant nervous checking. The image of those boots, the sound of those footsteps was burned into my brain. As soon my shift ended at 7 in the morning, I didn't go home. I drove straight to my dad's house. He'd worked at that same plant for 18 years before he retired. He was in his garage tinkering with his old lawnmower. When I pulled up, I must have still looked spooked because he put his wrench down the second he saw me. "What's got into you?" he asked. Wiping his greasy hands on a rag, I told him the whole thing again. More calmly this time, but the fear was still right there under the surface. I told him about the dust, the legs, the boots, the footsteps, Mark's joke about Bish. My dad didn't laugh. He didn't even smile. He just listened, his face serious, his eyes locked on mine. When I was done, he let out a long, slow breath. "Yeah," he said, his voice quiet. "That was Bish." Hearing him confirm it so matter-of-factly sent another chill right through me. "So it's real? It's a ghost?" "That's what they call him," my dad said, leaning against his workbench. "Been part of that mill since before my time. A worker, decades back. Died in there. Some kind of accident. They say he's harmless. Just still walks the catwalks, checking on things, like he's still on the job." I felt a weird mix of relief and terror. Relief that I wasn't going crazy, that someone else knew. Terror because it was real. But I only saw his legs, just from the knees down. My dad nodded like that was the most normal detail in the world. "That's how he shows himself. Just the legs and the boots. Nobody's ever seen more than that. He's armless." He said it with a faint, grim smile. "Just part of the place, son. Like the dust and the noise." Later that day, I called up one of the old-timers, a guy named Jerry, who'd been at the plant for over 40 years and still came in for part-time contract work. I bought him a coffee and asked him about Bish. He was happy to talk, his eyes getting a distant look. "Oh, Bish," he said, stirring his coffee. "Yeah, I seen him a time or two. Just a glimpse, you know, always the boots." He went on to tell me the stories, and that's the thing. They were all different. One story had him falling from the very catwalk I was on, crushed in the machinery below. Another said he got caught in a conveyor belt, a much more gruesome end. A third, quieter story suggested it wasn't an accident at all, that something else happened in the mill one night. Jerry said nobody really knows for sure anymore. The records are old, people have retired or died, and the truth is, buried under decades of limestone dust and plant lore. The only constant was the description, the slow, heavy walk of the work boots, and nothing above the knees. That was a few months ago. I still work at the plant. I still do the same job. But it's different now. The noise doesn't fade into the background as easily. The creaks and groans of the building at night sound less like settling metal and more like footsteps. And I can't help it. Every single time I'm on that main floor, every time I have to go up to oil the mill, my eyes are drawn upwards. I scan the upper platforms, the catwalks, the shadowy spaces between the machines. It's a reflex I can't control. My dad says he's harmless, just part of the mill's eerie lore. Jerry says he's just checking on things. Logically, I know I'm probably safe, but logic doesn't mean much when you've seen something that defies it. Logic doesn't erase the memory of that cold shower of dust, the sight of those scuffed boots taking slow, heavy steps on the grating above me, the sound of that clunk, clunk, clunk. That just stopped, leaving behind a silence that was somehow louder than the mill itself. I always glance up now, half expecting to see him again, and the thing that unsettles me the most, the thought that keeps me up sometimes during the day when I should be sleeping, isn't the fear that I'll see him. It's the fear that one time, when I look up, he might have stopped walking, that he'll just be standing there on the catwalk, those boots pointed in my direction, and I'll be left wondering what he's looking at, or if he's looking at anything at all. And why, after all these years, he's finally decided to just stop and stay. Story 13. I remember that day, like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. It was a Saturday in late October, and the air had that crisp, cold bite that makes you pull your jacket tighter around yourself. My friends and I were part of this small theatre group in our town, and we'd managed to get permission to use the old state hospital's recreation hall for rehearsals. Nobody really went there anymore. The place had been shut down for decades, and most people avoided it because of the stories. But we were young and dumb, I guess, and the idea of rehearsing our play in a spooky abandoned building felt exciting, like something out of a movie. Except it wasn't a movie. It was real, and by the end of the day, I wished we'd never set foot in there. We showed up around 10 in the morning. The hospital was this massive, crumbling brick building surrounded by overgrown fields and rusty fences. Parts of it were fenced off with no trespassing signs, but the recreation hall was supposedly safe to use. As we pulled into the gravel parking lot, the first thing that hit me was the silence. It wasn't just quiet. It was this heavy, dead kind of silence that made my skin crawl, the kind where you can hear your own heartbeat if you listen closely. The sky was overcast, a dull grey that made everything look washed out and sad. There were 4 of us, me and 3 friends. We didn't use names much back then, just called each other by nicknames or whatever, but for this, I'll just say we were a group. We unloaded our stuff from the car, scripts, a few props, some snacks, and headed toward the recreation hall. The door creaked when we pushed it open, and a wave of stale, dusty air hit us. Inside, it was huge, with a high ceiling and a stage at one end. The floor was scuffed wood, and there were old folding chairs stacked in corners. Windows lined the walls, but most were grimy, letting in only slivers of light. We set up near the stage, trying to ignore the feeling that we weren't alone. We spent the first couple of hours rehearsing. The play was some cheesy horror thing we'd written ourselves, full of dramatic lines and over-the-top acting. But being in that hall made it feel different. Every time someone raised their voice, it echoed in this weird way, like the building was swallowing the sound. I kept catching movement out of the corner of my eye, just shadows shifting, probably from the dim light, but it made me jumpy. One of my friends joked about ghosts and we all laughed, but it was that nervous laughter where nobody really means it. Around noon, we took a break and ate the sandwiches we'd brought. That's when someone suggested exploring. The recreation hall was connected to the main hospital building through a series of corridors, and we'd heard there were abandoned tunnels and wards down there. At first I was hesitant. The place gave me the creeps, and I didn't want to go poking around where we shouldn't. But peer pressure is a powerful thing, especially when you're a teenager trying to act brave. So, after we finished eating, we decided to check it out. We left the recreation hall and stepped into a long, dark hallway. The air was colder here, and it smelled like mold and something else, something metallic, almost like old blood. The walls were peeling, with patches of dampness that looked like Rorschach tests. We had flashlights, but the beams seemed weak against the darkness. Our footsteps echoed, and we talked in hushed voices, as if we were afraid of waking something up. The first ward we came to was locked, but the door next to it was slightly ajar. We pushed it open and found ourselves in what must have been a patient room. There was an old metal bed frame, rusted and tilted to one side, and a stained mattress on the floor. On the wall, someone had scratched words into the paint. I couldn't make them all out, but one said, "Help," in shaky letters. That hit me hard. I felt this sudden sadness, like I was standing in a place where people had suffered. It wasn't just scary, it was heavy, like the weight of all those lost lives was pressing down on me. My friend pointed to a corner where there were a few faded photographs on the floor, and we just stood there for a minute, not saying anything. The silence felt thicker here, almost suffocating. We moved on, deeper into the building. The tunnels were next, narrow, low-ceiling passages that felt like they went on forever. They were supposed to be for staff to move between buildings without going outside, but now they were just dark, cramped spaces filled with cobwebs and debris. At one point, we found a room with old medical equipment, a wheelchair with broken wheels, a gurney that was stained brown in places. I touched one of the wheels, and it was ice cold, sending a shiver up my arm. I couldn't stop thinking about the people who'd been here, what they'd gone through. It made my chest feel tight, and I had to take deep breaths to calm down. Time seemed to stretch in there. We'd been exploring for what felt like hours, and the light from the flashlights was starting to dim. We decided to head back, but we must have taken a wrong turn because we ended up in a part of the hospital we hadn't seen before. This area felt different, more isolated, like it had been forgotten even by the decay. The walls were bare concrete, and the floor was concrete too, cracked and uneven. We came across a staircase leading down, and one of my friends suggested checking the basement. I didn't want to. Something about that staircase felt wrong, like it was pulling me down against my will. But again, I went along with it. The basement was even colder, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth and rot. It was pitch black except for our flashlights, which barely pierced the darkness. We walked slowly, our steps careful, like we were afraid the floor might give way. There were rooms down here too, storage areas maybe, or more patient rooms. One had a door that was half off its hinges, and inside I saw stacks of old files and broken furniture. It felt like we were trespassing on someone's grief, and I had this urge to turn back, to get out of there as fast as possible. That's when we saw it. We were near what looked like a dead end, with a row of small barred windows at ground level. They were covered in grime, but through one of them I noticed a steady yellow light coming from inside a room. At first, I thought it was a reflection or something, but no, It was a light, glowing steadily like a lamp was on. I froze. My heart started pounding in my ears. The hospital had no electricity. We'd confirmed that before we came. There were no generators, no power lines connected anymore. This light shouldn't have been there. I pointed it out to my friends, and we all stopped staring. The light was coming from a basement window just ahead, maybe 20 feet away. It wasn't flickering or moving. It was just there, constant and unnatural in the darkness. We crept closer, our flashlights trained on it. As we got near, I could see that the window was set into a wall that led to a separate room, one we hadn't noticed before. The light was bright enough to cast a faint glow on the floor around it, but it didn't reach far. It felt deliberate, like someone had turned it on for a reason. My hands were shaking, and I could feel sweat on my forehead despite the cold. One of my friends whispered, "What is that?" But none of us had an answer. We stood there for what felt like minutes, just watching. The light didn't change. It was like a beacon in the gloom, and it made the hair on my arms stand up. I had this overwhelming feeling that we weren't alone, that something was in that room with the light, watching us back. The sadness I'd felt earlier twisted into fear, a deep, primal fear that made my stomach churn. Then, without any warning, the light snapped off. It didn't fade or flicker, it just went out instantly, like someone had flipped a switch, and it was silent. No sound of a switch, no noise at all. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone, plunging that part of the basement back into utter darkness. The sudden blackness was so complete that for a moment I couldn't see anything, not even my friends next to me. I heard one of them gasp, and someone grabbed my arm, their fingers digging into my skin. We didn't wait to see if it would come back on. We turned and ran, stumbling in the dark, our flashlights bouncing wildly. I don't think I've ever been so terrified in my life. My lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly, but I kept going, driven by this raw panic. We scrambled up the staircase, back through the tunnels and into the hallways, not stopping until we burst out into the recreation hall. The daylight outside was fading. It was dusk now, and the sky was turning a deep purple. We collapsed on the floor, breathing hard, too shaken to speak. We packed up our things in a hurry and got out of there. Nobody said much on the drive home. I kept looking back at the hospital as we left, half expecting to see that light again, but it was just a dark silhouette against the evening sky. The whole way, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd been followed, that something had been down there with us. The hospital was torn down a few years later, and now there's nothing left but an empty lot. But I still think about that day all the time. That light, steady and unexplained, and the way it vanished without a sound. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a reflection or a trick of the light or someone else exploring, but deep down, I know it wasn't. There was a presence there, something that didn't belong, and I'll never forget the fear that gripped me when that light went out to this day. I have no idea what it was, and I doubt I ever will. It just happened, and it left me with this chill that never really goes away. My story 14. It was one of those slow, hazy days that stick in your memory. For all the wrong reasons, I must have been about 3 years old at the time, and my mum and I were living in this little ranch-style house out in the suburbs. The place had this weird mix of coziness and emptiness, like it was holding its breath. I remember waking up that morning to the smell of coffee and toast drifting from the kitchen. The sun was already up, casting long shadows across my bedroom floor, and I could hear birds chirping outside. Everything felt normal, the kind of normal you don't think twice about until it's gone. My mum was in the kitchen, humming while she scrambled eggs. She had this way of making mornings feel safe, with her soft voice and the clatter of pans. I padded into the room in my footy pajamas, the ones with dinosaurs on them, and she smiled down at me. Her eyes were warm, and she ruffled my hair before handing me a sippy cup of juice. We ate at the small formica table, the one with the chipped edge I always ran my fingers over. I was babbling about nothing in particular, just kid stuff, and she nodded along, half listening while she sipped her coffee. After breakfast, I wandered into the living room to play. The carpet was this scratchy beige material that felt rough under my knees, and I had a bunch of wooden blocks scattered around. I started building a tower, talking to myself like little kids do. At first, it was just noises and gibberish, but then I started mentioning a name, Charlie. I don't know why or how it came up, it just did. I said something like, "Charlie, hold this block for me." And I remember feeling like there was someone there, just out of the corner of my eye, not like a person I could see clearly, but a presence, a warmth. I didn't think anything of it. To me, it was as real as my mom in the next room. My mom must have heard me from the kitchen, because she came to the doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She had a faint smile on her face. "Who are you talking to, honey?" she asked, her voice light and curious. I looked up from my blocks. "My friend Charlie," I said, simple as that. "He's helping me build." Her smile didn't disappear right away, but it got stiff like it was frozen on her face. "Charlie?" she repeated, and her voice had a little shake in it. "What Charlie?" I shrugged, stacking another block. "He's my friend. He says he knows you." That's when things changed. Her face went pale, so white it looked like she'd seen a ghost. And maybe she had. The dish towel slipped from her hand and landed on the floor with a soft thud. She took a step into the room, her eyes wide, and she knelt down in front of me. Her knees pressed into the carpet, and I could see the fear in her expression, raw and sudden. "What did you say?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "How do you know about Charlie?" I didn't understand why she was upset. To me, it was just a game. "He told me," I said, picking up a red block. "He's nice. He plays with me sometimes." She reached out and grabbed my shoulders, her fingers digging in a little too hard. It didn't hurt, but it startled me. "What does he look like?" she asked, her breath coming in short bursts. "Can you describe him?" I thought about it for a second. I didn't see him clearly. It was more like a feeling, a shadowy shape with a friendly vibe, but I said, "He has dark hair, I think, and he smiles a lot. He said he used to be married to you before Daddy." The moment those words left my mouth, her whole body seemed to collapse. She let out this choked sound, halfway between a gasp and a sob, and her hands dropped from my shoulders. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her mouth with one hand. "Oh, God!" she muttered, over and over. "Oh, God, no!" I started to feel scared then, because her reaction was so intense. My own heart began to beat faster, a dull thud in my chest, and I could feel the air in the room get heavy, like before a storm. "Mommy, what's wrong?" I asked, my voice small. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she pulled me into a tight hug, so tight I could feel the bones in her ribs and the rapid beat of her heart against my cheek. She was trembling, and her tears wet my hair. "Charlie died," she whispered into my ear, her voice cracking. "He died a long time ago, before you were born." "How could you know that? How?" I didn't know what dying meant, not really, but I knew it was bad from the way she said it. I just clung to her, confused and starting to cry too, because her fear was contagious. The room felt colder suddenly, even though the sun was still shining through the windows. I remember the way the light hit the dust motes in the air, making them look like they were dancing, but it didn't feel cheerful anymore. It felt eerie, like we were being watched. She didn't let go of me for a long time. When she finally pulled back, her eyes were red and puffy, and she kept glancing around the room as if she expected to see something. "Where is he now?" she asked me, her voice shaky. "Is he still here?" I looked around too. The presence I'd felt was gone, or at least it felt distant now, like it had faded away. "I don't know," I mumbled, wiping my nose on my sleeve. "He left." She stood up slowly, her legs unsteady, and she took my hand. Her palm was sweaty and cold. I need to think," she said, more to herself than to me. She led me to the couch and sat down, pulling me onto her lap. She kept one arm around me, holding me close while she stared into space. I could feel her body still trembling, and every now and then she'd shudder like someone had walked over her grave. The rest of the day blurred into a fog of tension and silence. She didn't make any more food or turn on the TV like she usually did. Instead, we just sat there, wrapped in that uneasy quiet. I remember the clock on the wall ticking loudly, each second stretching out forever. The sunlight moved across the room from the east to the west, and the shadows grew longer. At one point she got up to close the curtains, her movements jerky and rushed, like she was afraid of what might be outside or inside. She tried to ask me more questions, but I didn't have much to say. I told her that Charlie was just a friend, that he'd been around for a little while, but I couldn't give her any more details. It was like trying to remember a dream that fades as soon as you wake up. The more she pressed, the more I clammed up, scared by her intensity. Eventually she gave up and just held me, her chin resting on top of my head. As evening approached, the room grew dark. She didn't turn on any lights, so we sat in the deepening gloom. The only sounds, our breathing and the occasional creak of the house settling. I could feel the weight of the day pressing down on us, heavy and suffocating. My stomach grumbled from hunger, but she didn't seem to notice. She was lost in her own thoughts, her eyes distant and haunted. I remember dozing off against her chest at some point, lulled by the rhythm of her heartbeat. When I woke up, it was fully dark, and she was still holding me, her grip tight. She was whispering something under her breath, but I couldn't make out the words. It might have been a prayer or just nonsense, but it sent a chill down my spine. I nestled closer, seeking comfort, but there was none to be found. The fear had settled in, a cold knot in my belly that I didn't understand. The day ended like that, with us huddled together on the couch in the dark, the world outside moving on without us. I fell asleep again, and when I woke up the next morning, things were different. My mom was quieter, more cautious, and she never mentioned Charlie again around me. But the memory of that day stayed with me, sharp and clear, even as I grew older. It was the day I learned that some things can't be explained, and that innocence can be shattered by a few simple words. And to this day, I can still feel the echo of that presence, the friend named Charlie who knew my mum, and the terror that came with him. Story 15. I've never been a superstitious person, never believed in curses or ghosts or any of that stuff. I always figured if something bad happened, it was just bad luck, the universe being random and unfair. But now I don't know what to think. I'm sitting here, my hands are still shaking a little, and I keep looking over at my jacket hanging on the back of the chair. There's a rock in the pocket, a stupid, grey little rock, and I am honestly, bone-deep terrified of it. It all started a few months ago, on a Tuesday. My girlfriend Sarah and I had a rare day off together. We decided to drive out to Beeston Castle. It's one of those half-crumbled old places, more a ruin than a castle, out in the middle of nowhere. The kind of place that's beautiful in a lonely, sad kind of way. The sky was that flat grey colour it gets in England, the kind that promises rain but never quite delivers. The air was cold and damp, the kind that gets into your bones. We paid the small entry fee to the old man in the little wooden hut and wandered into the grounds. It was quiet, eerily quiet. No birds, no wind, just the sound of our own footsteps on the wet gravel path. The castle itself was mostly just outer walls, skeletal fingers of stone reaching up into the sky. We climbed the narrow, worn spiral staircase in one of the remaining towers, our shoulders brushing against the cold, damp stone. At the top, the view was just fields and more fields, muted greens and browns under that endless grey ceiling. Sarah was in a playful mood. She's always been the more impulsive one. She pointed to a part of the crumbling wall. "Look," she said, her voice a little too loud in the silence. A small, jagged piece of stone was sticking out, loose-looking, different from the mortared sections around it. It was about the size of a large chestnut, rough and unremarkable. "A souvenir," she joked, and with a little grunt she wiggled it free. It came out with a dry, grating sound, a little puff of ancient dust puffing out. She held it in her palm, grinning at me. For our garden, a piece of history. I remember feeling a sudden, stupid little chill. It was just a reflex, I think. Taking something from a place like that felt wrong. Not illegal wrong, but disrespectful wrong. Like we were tempting fate, I shook the feeling off. I was being ridiculous. "You're going to get us arrested," I laughed, but it sounded forced, even to me. "Don't be such a wuss," she said, and she pressed the stone into my hand. It was surprisingly cold, a deep, earthy cold that seemed to seep right into my skin. It was heavier than it looked, too, dense. "Fine, fine," I said. Wanting the moment to be over, I shoved it into the pocket of my jeans. I felt its weight bump against my thigh as we walked, a constant, tiny reminder. We finished our walk around the ruins, but the fun had gone out of the day for me. That little chill had settled in my stomach and decided to stay. The drive home was quiet. The rock sat in the cup holder between us. I kept glancing at it. It was just a rock, but it felt like it was watching us. The first thing happened 2 days later. Sarah called me from work, her voice thin and scared. She said she felt awful, that her back was killing her, and she was so swollen she could barely get her shoes on. I told her it was probably just a bug, to come home and rest. By that evening she could barely stand. I took her to A&E. They ran tests, their faces growing more and more serious. Her kidneys were failing. They admitted her right then and there. The doctors were baffled. She was young, healthy. There was no reason for it. She spent a week in the hospital, hooked up to machines, her skin a terrible grey-yellow color. I sat by her bed, holding her hand, and the whole time, in the back of my mind, was that stupid cold feeling from the castle. She got better, slowly. They never figured out what caused it. They sent her home with a bunch of medications and a lot of fear. We tried to get back to normal, but it was like someone had pulled a thread, and our whole lives started to unravel. The next week, my granddad fell. He's 84, lives on his own. He's stubborn, independent. He fell in his kitchen and broke his hip. We rushed to the hospital. They said he needed surgery, but there was a backlog delay. He had to wait in a hospital bed in pain for 3 days before they could operate. He's still not right. He used to tend his garden every day. Now he needs a walker to get to his front door. The delay, the doctor said, complicated things. Then my car, which had never given me a day's trouble in the 5 years I'd owned it, just died completely. I was on my way to visit my granddad, and the engine made a sound like a bag of spanners being thrown down a staircase. And then nothing smoke poured from under the hood. The repair bill was more than the car was worth. I had to scrap it. We were reeling. It felt like we were being punched over and over, and we couldn't catch our breath. We'd just get our footing from one disaster, and another would hit. Sarah's mum was next. A seemingly minor infection turned septic. She was rushed into intensive care. The doctors told us to prepare for the worst. They used that phrase, prepare for the worst. I'll never forget the sound Sarah made, a small, choked whimper. We spent days in that waiting room, the smell of antiseptic and dread clinging to our clothes. Somehow, miraculously, she pulled through. But she's a shadow of herself now, frail and tired all the time. It was around then that I started keeping a mental list. It was the only way my brain could process it. Kidney failure, broken hip, car, sepsis. It was like a terrible, growing tally. And every time I added something to it, my eyes would drift to my jeans, the ones I'd worn to the castle, now folded in my drawer. I hadn't worn them since. I hadn't touched the rock. The list kept growing. My nan's cancer, which had been in remission for years, came back. It spread, fast, to her bones, her liver. The phone call from my mum, her voice cracking as she told me, is a sound that's burned into my memory. Then, our pets. We had a cat, an old grumpy tabby named Milo, and a dog, a bouncy spaniel named Buster. They died within a week of each other. Milo just didn't wake up one morning. Buster got sick, some sudden aggressive illness the vet couldn't identify. We had to put him down. Our house, which had always been full of life, was suddenly horrifyingly silent. Sarah's grandma passed away in her sleep, then her nan, a week later. It was too much. The funerals blurred together. We were living in a nightmare, a constant state of grief and panic. Every time the phone rang, my heart would leap into my throat. We stopped answering unknown numbers. My mum got sick, liver thrombosis, another rare, serious thing. Another hospital room, another set of worried doctors. She's stable now, but she's not well. She's on blood thinners for life. Through all of this, Sarah and I were falling apart. We weren't sleeping. We'd snap at each other over nothing. The stress was a physical weight on both of us. We were drowning. And in the quiet moments, in the dead of night, my mind would always circle back to the same thing, the castle, the rock. That cold, grating sound it made when she pulled it free. I never said it out loud. It was too insane. How could a rock do this? It was a coincidence, a horrific, astronomically bad run of coincidences. That's what I told myself, but the fear was there, a seed that had taken root and was now a gnarly, twisted tree inside me. This morning felt like the final straw. Sarah's car was due for its MOT, the annual test it needs to be road legal. Her car is newer than mine was, reliable. It's a boring family hatchback. There was no reason for it to fail. It was just a formality. She dropped it off at the garage on her way to work. I was at home, trying to work from the kitchen table, but I couldn't concentrate. I was just waiting for her call, for the all clear. The phone rang. It was her. I could tell from her breathing, a shaky, ragged inhale, that something was wrong. "It failed," she whispered. Her voice was flat, dead. "It failed on everything. The brakes, the exhaust, the suspension. The guy said it's a death trap. He said he's never seen a car in such bad shape come in for an MOT. He asked me if I'd been in an accident I hadn't told him about." I felt the blood drain from my face. "That's impossible. You drove it this morning." "I know," she said, and then she started to cry. Not loud sobs, but a quiet, hopeless weeping. "It's just a car. It's just a stupid car. But it's everything all over again." That was it. The dam broke. While she was crying on the phone, I stood up from the kitchen table and I walked numbly to our bedroom. I went to my chest of drawers and pulled open the bottom one. I pushed aside old t-shirts and found the pair of jeans. I hadn't worn them since that day. I was almost afraid to touch them. I shoved my hand into the right front pocket. My fingers closed around it immediately. The cold was still there, that deep, earthy cold. I pulled it out. It sat in my palm, that same jagged grey piece of stone. It looked so insignificant, so harmless. But holding it, I felt a jolt, like a static shock, but deeper, in my bones. A wave of pure, undiluted dread washed over me, so strong I almost vomited right there on the bedroom floor. This wasn't a coincidence. This couldn't be a coincidence. The sequence was too perfect, too brutal. It started the moment this thing came into our lives, a curse. The word finally formed in my mind, solid and real. It's a cursed object. We stole from a place steeped in centuries of history, maybe even violence, and we brought a piece of its darkness home with us. I didn't know what to do. Throw it away? Would that end it, or would it just pass the curse on to someone else? Take it back? The thought of driving all the way back to Beeston Castle, of holding this thing for that long, made my skin crawl. Bury it, destroy it. I had no idea what the rules were for something like this. I felt like I was holding a live grenade. I walked back to the kitchen, the rock clutched in my hand. I put it on the table, it just sat there, a rock on a wooden table. I stared at it, and it seemed to stare back. I remembered the quiet of the castle, the way the silence felt watchful. I remembered the dust puffing out. I remembered the weight in my pocket. My whole body was trembling. The list ran through my head on a loop. Kidneys, Grandad, car, sepsis, cancer, Milo, Buster, Grandma, Nan, Mum, Moti. It was a chain, each link forged from our misery. And this rock was the first link, the one that started it all. I'm looking at it now. It's sitting on the shelf by the front door, because I couldn't bear to have it in the same room as me any longer. I wrapped it in an old rag, but I can still feel its presence, a cold spot in the house. I don't know what to do. I'm scared to touch it. I'm scared to move it. I'm scared to leave it where it is. Sarah is on her way home, and I have to tell her what I think. I have to look her in the eye and say the words out loud that I think a rock is killing everyone we love. And the most terrifying part is, I don't know if it's over. I don't know if this was the last of it, or if this is just how our lives are going to be from now on, one horrible thing after another, until there's nothing left. I took a rock from a castle, and now I'm just waiting for the next phone to ring. Story 16. I've never been one to believe in monsters or ghosts or any of that stuff you hear about in scary stories. I always figured there was a logical explanation for everything, you know? But what happened that day at the camp in the forests of Lithuania, I still can't wrap my head around it. It's been years, but sometimes when I'm walking in the woods near my house, I'll get this chill down my spine, and it all comes rushing back. I need to get this out because I've never really talked about it in detail before, and maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it, or maybe it'll just make it worse. I don't know. So back then, I was just a kid, maybe 12 or 13 years old. My parents sent me to this military-style summer camp in the middle of nowhere in Lithuania. It was supposed to build character or something, but mostly it was just a bunch of us city kids being shoved into the wilderness to learn how to march, build fires, and not get lost in the woods. The camp was deep in this dense forest, all pine trees and thick undergrowth, with a constant smell of damp earth and pine needles. The air always felt heavy, like it was pressing down on you, especially at night. That particular day started like any other. We woke up at the crack of dawn, the counselors blowing whistles to get us out of our bunks. The sky was overcast, a dull grey that made everything feel gloomy. We had breakfast, some kind of porridge that tasted like cardboard. And then we were divided into groups for the day's activities. My group was supposed to go on a long hike through the forest, led by one of the older counselors, a guy named Andreas. He was probably in his early 20s, tall and stern, with this way of looking at you that made you feel like you better not mess up. We set off around mid-morning, a bunch of us kids trudging along a narrow trail that wound through the trees. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Normally, you'd hear birds or the rustle of small animals, but that day, it was like everything had gone silent. I remember feeling uneasy, but I brushed it off as just being tired, or maybe the weather. The clouds were getting darker and there was a chill in the air that seeped through my jacket. We hiked for what felt like hours, stopping occasionally for water breaks. The trail led us deeper into the woods, away from any signs of civilization. At one point, we came across a stream, and Andreas let us rest there for a bit. I sat on a mossy rock, my legs aching, and just listened to the water trickling over the stones. But even that sound seemed muted, like the forest was holding its breath. After the break, we continued on, and eventually we reached a large clearing. It was maybe the size of a football field, surrounded by tall trees that loomed over it like giants. The ground was covered in patches of grass and wildflowers, but there was something off about the place. It felt exposed, like we were being watched. Andreas told us we were going to practice some survival skills here, how to build a shelter or something. But before we could even get started, things took a turn. I was standing near the edge of the clearing with a couple of my friends. We were joking around, trying to lighten the mood, when one of them pointed toward the far side of the clearing. "What is that?" he whispered, his voice shaky. I followed his gaze, and that's when I saw it. A massive black shape, low to the ground, moving on 4 limbs. At first I thought it was a shadow or maybe a trick of the light, but it was too solid, too real. It was hunched over like it was crawling or stalking, and it was big, way bigger than any animal I'd ever seen. I'd been to zoos. I'd seen moose and bears in pictures, but this was different. It moved with this unnatural grace, silent and smooth, like it was gliding over the ground. My heart started pounding in my chest, so hard I could feel it in my throat. I froze, unable to look away. The shape was maybe 100 feet away, but it felt closer, like it could reach us in seconds. It was pitch black, with no discernible features, no eyes, no fur, just this dark, shifting mass. The way it leaned forward, almost like it was peering at us, sent a wave of pure dread through me. One of my friends gasped, and I heard someone else mutter, "Is that a bear?" But it wasn't a bear. Bears don't move like that, and they're not that dark, not in the middle of the day. The sky was still grey, but there was enough light to see clearly, and this thing absorbed the light like a hole in the world. Then the older kids, who were a bit ahead of us, saw it too. They were a group of teenagers who'd been to the camp before, and they were usually loud and confident, but the moment they spotted the shape, they went dead silent. One of them, a tall guy with red hair, whispered, "We need to go. Now." His face was pale, and his hands were trembling. Andreas, our counselor, had been checking his map, but he must have sensed the shift in the air. He looked up, and his eyes widened. I'll never forget the expression on his face. It was pure, unadulterated fear. He didn't shout or panic. He just started herding us together, his voice low and urgent. "Everyone back to the trail. Now, don't run, but move quickly." But we were all scared, and the older kids didn't listen. They broke into a run, crashing through the undergrowth toward the trail we'd come from that set off the rest of us. I remember my legs feeling like jelly, but I forced myself to move, stumbling over roots and rocks. The clearing was behind us, but I couldn't help glancing back. The black shape was still there, and it seemed to be following us, keeping its distance, but matching our pace. It didn't make a sound. No growls, no footsteps, just this eerie silence that made the whole thing feel like a nightmare. Andreas was trying to keep us calm, but I could hear the fear in his voice. "Stay together, don't look back," he kept saying, but it was hard not to. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees pressing in, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out. The light was fading fast as the clouds thickened, and shadows danced at the corners of my vision, making me jump at every little movement. We reached the main trail, and Andreas pushed us to move faster. It was a hurried march, almost a jog, and my lungs burned with the effort. I could hear the others panting, their footsteps thudding on the dirt path. No one spoke. The only sounds were our ragged breaths and the rustle of leaves underfoot. But every now and then, I'd catch a glimpse of something moving in the trees beside us. A flash of black, a shifting shadow. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the others saw it too. I could see it in their wide eyes, in the way they flinched and quickened their pace. The march felt endless. Time seemed to stretch and warp, like we were stuck in some kind of loop. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Was it a moose? But moose are tall, not low to the ground like that. Was it a shadow from the clouds? But shadows don't move independently. Maybe it was exhaustion. We'd been hiking for hours and I was tired. But the older kids saw it too, and they weren't the type to spook easily. They'd been through this camp before, they knew the forest, and their reaction was genuine terror. As we moved, The forest grew darker. The sun was setting, but it felt earlier than it should have, like the darkness was swallowing the day. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of me. My hands were numb, and I kept clenching them to keep the blood flowing. Every snap of a twig or rustle in the bushes made my heart skip a beat. I kept expecting the shape to appear in front of us, blocking our path, but it never did. It was always just out of sight, a presence lurking in the periphery. Andrius was leading us, his map forgotten, relying on memory and instinct. He kept glancing over his shoulder, his face tense. At one point, he stopped us and made us all hold hands in a chain, like little kids, so no one would get left behind. I was holding onto my friend's hand, and I could feel how sweaty and cold it was. We were all shaking, not just from the cold, but from fear. I remember the sound of the wind picking up, whistling through the trees. It sounded like whispers, like someone was trying to tell us something. I tried to block it out, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. The trail began to feel familiar, and I knew we were getting closer to Camp Relief, started to creep in. But it was short-lived. Because just as we rounded a bend, I saw it again, the black shape standing at the edge of the trail ahead of us. It was closer this time, maybe 50 feet away, and it was leaning forward, its form hunched and menacing. It didn't move, just stood there, watching us. I froze, and the whole line of us stopped dead. Andrius muttered something under his breath, a curse or a prayer, I couldn't tell. He stepped in front of us, his arms spread like he was trying to shield us. "Don't move," he whispered, but his voice was trembling. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at this thing. It was so dark, so featureless, but I could feel its attention on us. Like a weight pressing down, my skin crawled, and I had this overwhelming urge to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it melted back into the trees, disappearing without a sound. One moment it was there, the next it was gone, like it had never been. Andrius didn't wait. He grabbed the nearest kid and pushed us forward. "Go, go, go!" he hissed, and we broke into a run. The last stretch to camp was a blur. I don't remember much of it, just the pounding of my heart and the feeling of branches whipping against my face. We burst into the camp clearing, stumbling and gasping, and the other counselors rushed over, their faces alarmed. Andrius quickly herded us into the main cabin, his voice tight as he explained what happened. He didn't go into details, just said we'd seen something in the woods and needed to stay inside. The camp leaders decided to cancel the rest of the evening activities, and we were all told to stay in our bunks. No one argued. We were too shaken to do anything else that night. Lying in my bunk, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind made me jump. I kept replaying the image of that black shape in my mind, the way it leaned, the way it moved. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a moose that had been injured or sick, walking low to the ground. Maybe it was a shadow from the trees, distorted by the poor light. Or maybe it was just exhaustion and fear playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew it was none of those things. The older kids had seen it too, and they'd fled without a second thought. Andrius, who was usually so composed, had been terrified. The next day, we were all quiet, going through the motions like zombies. No one talked about what happened, but it hung over us like a cloud. We finished the camp a few days later, and I went home, but I've never been able to shake the memory. Even now, when I walk in the woods, I find myself scanning the shadows, half expecting to see that leaning entity again. I've read about similar encounters online, stories of black shapes in forests, but no one has a good explanation. Some say it's a psychological thing, others say it's a real creature, but I don't know. All I know is that on that day in the forests of Lithuania, I saw something that shouldn't exist, and it's haunted me ever since. But Story 17. When I pulled up, the sun was just starting to rise, casting long shadows across the yard. I could see my cousin's car already there, and I took a deep breath before heading inside. The screen door creaked like it always does, and the smell hit me first. This mix of old wood, dust, and something else, something I can't quite put my finger on. It's not a bad smell, just ancient, like history itself is baked into the walls. Grandma was in her bedroom downstairs, hooked up to a hospice bed. She's tiny now, swallowed by the blankets, but her eyes still have that sharpness, even if she's drifting in and out. My cousin, let's just call him Jake because that's what everyone calls him, was in the kitchen making coffee. We didn't say much at first, just nodded at each other. There's this unspoken understanding when you're dealing with family stuff like this. You don't need words to know how everyone's feeling. The farmhouse has always had stories attached to it. Grandma used to tell us about how the land was once sacred to the local native tribes, and how our family has roots there going way back. She'd talk about visions and spirits, but I never took it seriously until that day. It was just family lore, something to chuckle about over Thanksgiving. But being there, with Grandma so close to the end, it felt different, like the walls were listening. Things started getting weird around mid-morning. I was sitting in the living room, trying to read a book to distract myself, when I heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate steps, like someone was pacing. At first, I thought it was Jake, but when I called out, he answered from the kitchen, nowhere near the stairs. We both froze and listened. The footsteps kept going, back and forth, and then they just stopped. My heart was pounding, and I felt this cold sweat on the back of my neck. Jake shrugged it off, said it was probably the house settling, but I've been here enough times to know what settling sounds like. This wasn't it. Later, when I went to get a glass of water, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow darting across the hallway. It was quick, like a person-shaped blur, but when I turned, there was nothing. I chalked it up to stress or lack of sleep. But it happened again an hour later. This time, Jake saw it too. He didn't say anything, just gave me this wide-eyed look, and I knew we were both thinking the same thing. Grandma was having one of her lucid moments around noon. She started talking about her twin sister, the one who died when they were kids. She said she could see her standing in the corner of the room smiling. Her voice was so calm, like she was just stating a fact, but it sent chills down my spine. I've never been superstitious, but in that moment, with the light filtering through the dusty windows and Grandma's eyes fixed on nothing, it felt real. I could almost imagine someone there, just out of sight. The afternoon dragged on. We tried to keep busy, cleaning up, making food, but the atmosphere was thick with tension. Every little noise made me jump. At one point, a photo frame fell off the wall in the hallway. No one was near it, and it didn't just slip. It was like it was pushed. The glass shattered, and we both rushed over. Jake picked it up, and it was a picture of Grandpa from years ago, him smiling with a bird in his hand. He was always drawing birds when he was a kid, Grandma told us that once. It felt like a sign, but I didn't want to admit it. We decided to play cards in the evening to pass the time. We set up in the dining room, which is connected to the living area, so we could keep an eye on Grandma's room. The card table was old, wobbly, and the deck was missing a few cards, but it was something to do. We were playing rummy, I think, and the conversation turned to Grandpa. He died about 10 years ago, but he loved this house, spent his whole life here. Jake, half joking, said, "Hey, Grandpa, if you're around, give us a sign, something obvious." The moment he said it, the room went cold. Not like a draft, but a deep, penetrating chill that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Then, from across the room, this antique drawer, the one in the old hutch that no one uses, swung open on its own. It didn't creak open slowly. It flew open, like someone yanked it hard, and out spilled a bunch of papers, scattering all over the floor. We both stared, frozen. My heart was racing so fast I thought I might pass out. Jake was the first to move, slowly getting up and walking over. I followed, my legs feeling like jelly. The papers were drawings, Childhood sketches of birds, just like the ones Grandma had described, detailed, fragile, with pencil lines that looked decades old. They were Grandpa's, no doubt about it. I recognized his style from photos we'd seen. For a second, there was this overwhelming sense of comfort, like Grandpa was there with us, watching over Grandma. But then the terror hit. This was real, this was happening, and we had no explanation. We checked the carbon monoxide detector we'd brought just in case, and it was fine. No mold, no gas leaks, nothing. It was just this. The rest of the night was a blur. We didn't talk much, just sat there, jumpy at every sound. The footsteps came back a couple times, and once, I swear I saw a figure in the hallway again, but it was gone before I could focus. Grandma passed in and out of sleep, murmuring about her sister, and each time I felt this mix of fear and something else, almost peace, like she wasn't alone. When I finally left late that night, the drive home was surreal. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something. I still don't know what to make of it all. Part of me wants to believe it was just a coincidence, stress, anything logical. But deep down, I know what we experienced was real. And that drawer, those drawings, it's like it just happened, and then it stopped, leaving me here, unable to explain any of it. Story 18. I always thought fire stations were supposed to be safe places, you know, like where help comes from. My parents both worked at this one in our town, and I spent a lot of time there as a kid. It was like a second home, smelled of coffee, old leather, and that clean antiseptic scent from the medical supplies. There were always people around, firefighters joking, the sound of the radio crackling with calls. But that all changed one day, and I mean completely. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because my mum had picked me up from school early, saying she had to cover an extra shift and didn't want me home alone. I was maybe 14, old enough to hang out, but young enough that the station still felt big and a little intimidating after hours. The day started normal enough. I did my homework at one of the long tables in the common area, the one with the scuffed-up surface from years of coffee cups and elbows. My dad was out on a call, something minor, a small kitchen fire, and my mum was doing paperwork in the office. The station was quiet, just the hum of the fridge and the occasional distant siren. I remember feeling bored, flipping through a magazine, when my mum came out and said she found something in the storage closet. She had this look on her face, kind of curious and a little mischievous. She pulled out this old Ouija board, the kind with the wooden planchette, and the letters faded from use. I'd never seen one in real life before, just in movies, and I laughed it off at first. But my mum said some of the guys had used it years ago for fun, and she thought we could try it. Just to kill time, I wasn't super into the idea. I'd always been a bit of a skeptic. But she seemed so eager, and honestly I was bored. So we set it up on that same table where I'd been doing homework. The board felt cool and smooth under my fingers, and the planchette moved easily when we placed our hands on it. My mom started asking questions, silly stuff at first, like, is anyone there? And, what's your name? But then she got more serious. She mentioned a cop who'd died a few years back, a guy who'd been crooked, involved in some shady stuff around town. Rumor was he'd been killed in a deal gone bad, but no one ever proved it. My mom said his name, I won't repeat it here, it feels wrong, and asked if he was with us. That's when things got weird. The planchette started moving on its own, or at least it felt like it. It spelled out Y-E-S so fast it made my fingers tingle. The air in the room got colder, like someone had opened a window, but all the windows were shut. I remember my mum's hand trembling a little, and she asked another question, something about why he was here. The planchette moved to revenge, and then it stopped dead. We both pulled our hands back, and I felt this chill run down my spine. It was probably just our imaginations, right? That's what I told myself. We put the board away, laughing it off nervously. But the mood had shifted. The station didn't feel as cozy anymore. A couple of hours passed, and I tried to forget about it. I helped my mom with some chores, wiping down the trucks, restocking supplies, but I kept catching glimpses of shadows out of the corner of my eye. Nothing solid, just quick movements that made me jump. The lights flickered once or twice, and my mom said it was probably just the old wiring. But then, as it got later, around 8 o'clock, the real stuff started. We were in the kitchen, making sandwiches for dinner, when we heard this loud stomping sound from upstairs. It was heavy, like boots on the wooden floors, but no one was up there. The station has a second floor with bunk rooms and a bathroom, and it was empty because most of the crew was out or off duty. My mom called out, "Hello," but there was no answer. The stomping got louder, like someone was pacing back and forth, angry. I felt my heart start to pound and I grabbed her arm. We stood there, frozen, listening. Then the doors started slamming, not all at once, but one after another, like someone was running through the hallways. First, the door to the bunk room slammed shut, then the one to the supply closet, each bang making me flinch. The sounds echoed through the station, and I could feel the vibrations in the floor. My mom tried to act brave, saying it was the wind, but there was no wind that night. The windows were sealed tight. We decided to go check it out, mostly because we didn't know what else to do. We crept up the stairs, holding onto the railing, and the stomping stopped as soon as we reached the top. The hallway was dark, with only the emergency lights casting long shadows. Everything was quiet, too quiet. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and quick. We looked in the bunk rooms, empty. The supply closet, empty. Then we headed toward the bathroom at the end of the hall. That's when we heard it, the sound of water running. Not just a trickle, but a full-on gush, like all the faucets were on at once. The bathroom in that station has 8 sinks, all in a row against one wall. They're old, metal ones that make a loud noise when you turn them on. As we got closer, the sound got louder, and I could feel the humidity in the air. My mum pushed the door open, and what we saw made my blood run cold. All 8 sinks were on, water pouring out, steaming hot because the handles were cranked all the way, but there was no one there. No one had been up here. We would have heard them. The water was splashing onto the floor, pooling around our feet, and the mirrors were fogging up. I remember staring at my reflection, seeing how pale I was, and then I noticed something in the mist on one of the mirrors. It looked like a handprint, but not a human one. It was too twisted, like something with long fingers had pressed against it. My mom rushed over and started turning off the sinks, her hands shaking so bad she could barely grip the handles. I helped her, and the water shut off one by one, but the silence that followed was worse. It felt heavy, oppressive. We stood there, dripping wet, and that's when we heard the stomping again, right outside the door. It was closer now, right in the hallway, and it sounded like it was coming toward us. I don't know how to describe the fear I felt. It was like ice in my veins. My legs felt weak and I couldn't move. My mom grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the bathroom, and we ran down the stairs, not looking back. We didn't stop until we were outside, standing in the parking lot, breathing in the cool night air. The station lights were still on, but the place felt different, like it was watching us. We got in the car and just sat there for a while, not saying anything. My mom eventually called my dad, and he came back from his call, but we didn't go inside again that night. We drove home, and I remember looking back at the station as we left. It didn't look welcoming anymore. It looked dark and menacing, like something had taken over. After that day, the station never felt the same. My parents still worked there, but they said things kept happening. Lights turning off by themselves, tools going missing, that kind of stuff. But we never used the Ouija board again, and we never talked about it much. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it the crooked cop or something else? I don't know, but I'll never forget the sound of those sinks all turning on at once, and the feeling that we weren't alone. Story 19. That night started like any other. My shift began at 10, and the first few hours were always the same. I'd start in the main admin building, then work my way outwards. By about 2 in the morning, it was time for the outbuildings. There were 3 of them I had to check. The one that always got to me was Storage Building C. It was the farthest one out, tucked away behind a line of pine trees that had grown all gnarled and weird. The air always felt different there, not just cold, but heavy, like you were walking through water. The first time I mentioned it to my supervisor, he just laughed and said it was because the building was half sunk into a hill. But it wasn't that. It was a weight, a feeling of being packed in, like the air itself was thick and old and didn't want you there. I parked my golf cart at the edge of the tree line and walked the rest of the way. The motion sensor light on the corner of the building flicked on, casting this sickly yellow glow that didn't so much illuminate the area as it did create deeper moving shadows. The key was stiff in the old padlock, and the hasp groaned when I finally got it open. The door was heavy steel, and it always scraped against the concrete floor with a sound that set my teeth on edge. Inside, it was exactly what you'd expect. A long rectangular space filled with metal shelving units crammed with old office supplies, broken furniture, and boxes of God knows what covered in a fine grey dust. The air was stale and cold, with that specific smell of damp concrete and mildew that gets right up inside your nose. The single bulb hanging from the ceiling in the center of the room was weak, leaving the corners in near total darkness. I started my check, walking down the main aisle, shining my flashlight into the gaps between shelves. My footsteps echoed, which was normal in an empty building, but tonight they sounded different, sharper. Like there was less in the room to absorb the sound. I shook it off. It was late, I was tired. I was at the far end of the building, checking the fuse box, when I heard the first one. It wasn't a loud sound. It was a soft shuff, like a foot dragging lightly over concrete. I froze, my hand still on the fuse box door. My heart did this little skip and thump routine. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Just the hum of the single light bulb and the blood pounding in my ears. It was probably a rat. The place was full of them. I turned my head slowly, shining my flashlight back down the long aisle I'd just walked. The beam cut through the dust motes, illuminating empty space. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and turned back to the fuse box. That's when I felt it. The feeling of being watched. It's a cliché, I know, but it's a cliché for a reason. It's a real physical thing. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a cold trickle of sweat ran down my spine, despite the chill in the air. It wasn't a general feeling of unease. It was a specific, pointed sensation, like a pressure between my shoulder blades. Someone, or something, was at the other end of that dark aisle, and it was looking right at me. I didn't want to turn around. A part of me, the sensible part, was screaming to just finish my job and get out. But another part, the part that needs to know, forced me to move. I swung around, flashlight beam slicing through the gloom. The aisle was empty. I stood there for a full minute, maybe 2, just listening. My ears were straining so hard they were starting to ache. Nothing, but the feeling didn't go away. It got stronger. It was like a cold spot had formed right behind me. A pocket of air that was 10 degrees colder than the rest of the room. I could feel it, leaching the warmth from my jacket. "Hello?" I said, and my voice came out as a croak. It sounded pathetic in the huge, silent space. There was no answer. Of course there wasn't. That's when I decided to just go. The checklist for this building was almost done anyway. I just had to check the back door to make sure it was still locked from the inside. I started walking. Faster now, my boots clomping on the concrete. I was trying to be loud, to make noise, to shatter that oppressive silence. I got to the back door, gave the push bar a shove. It was locked, solid. Good. As I turned away from the door, my flashlight beam swept across the shelves to my left. And that's when I saw it. On a middle shelf, there was a stack of old, thick ledger books. As my light passed over them, the top one, a big green tome, slid off the stack. It didn't fall. It didn't get knocked off by a tremor or a rat. It slid. It moved horizontally perfectly for about 6 inches, as if someone had deliberately pushed it, and then it tipped over the edge and hit the floor with a solid, jarring thud that echoed through the building. My whole body went rigid. I stared at the book lying spine up on the dusty floor. There was no one near it, no shelf above it to drop something, no string, nothing. It had just moved. And then, from the far end of the building, near the front door where I'd come in, I heard a distinct, heavy footstep. It wasn't a shuffle this time. It was the clear, unmistakable sound of a work boot landing on concrete. A solid, weighty step. My brain short-circuited. Every rule, every piece of advice from the older guys flashed through my head all at once. Don't look for it. Don't talk to it. Just finish your round and leave. It doesn't want attention. It just wants you to know it's there. I didn't run. Running felt like it would be an invitation, an acknowledgement of a chase. I forced my legs to move, walking back up the main aisle towards the front door. My pace was quick, my breath coming in shallow gasps that clouded in the cold air. I kept my flashlight beam pointed straight ahead, refusing to let it waver into the dark alleys between the shelves. I didn't want to see what might be standing in one of them. Clomp. Another footstep, this one closer. It came from my right, from deep within the maze of shelves. It was followed a second later by a soft, metallic ping from my left. Like someone had flicked a piece of hanging metal, they were herding me. The thought hit me with the force of a physical blow. The sounds were coming from different sides, subtly pushing me forward, towards the door. I was being escorted out. I could see the rectangle of slightly less dark night through the open front door. It was only 20 feet away. 10. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might crack one. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, a constant icy pressure from all around me. I could feel eyes on me from the darkness. Dozens of them. Clomp, shuff, ping. The sounds were right on top of me now, just feet away in the blackness between the shelves. I could almost feel the air displacement. I didn't look. I didn't turn my head. I fixed my eyes on that open door, and I walked. I walked through that heavy, cold air, through the feeling of a crowd I couldn't see, through the sounds that were meant for me and me alone. I stepped over the threshold and out into the night. I didn't stop to close the door. I just turned and half walked, half ran back to my golf cart. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I finally got it started and slammed my foot on the pedal, the electric motor whining as I sped away from Building C. I didn't look back. I drove all the way back to the main security office, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I walked inside, and the security guard, an older guy named Dave, took one look at my face and just nodded. "Building C?" he asked, his voice quiet. I just nodded, unable to speak. He slid a styrofoam cup of terrible coffee across the counter to me. "Yeah, don't worry about it. Just mark it clear on your sheet and don't go back in there tonight." I sat there for the rest of my shift, sipping the bitter coffee, trying to get the chill out of my bones. I never said another word about it to anyone, and nobody ever asked. It was the unspoken rule. You did your job, you ignored the noises, you didn't investigate, and you got to go home in the morning. I worked there for another 8 months before I found a different job. I never went back into storage Building C. I'd do my exterior check, make sure the padlock was secure, and move on. And every single time, without fail, as I was driving away, I'd see it in my rearview mirror. The motion sensor light on the corner of the building would flick on, casting its sickly yellow glow on absolutely nothing, as if something had just stepped outside to watch me leave. Story 20. I was standing in a room, and everything was yellow, not a bright, cheerful yellow. This was a sickly color, like old paper that's been left in the sun for 50 years, or the tint of a bruise just before it fades. The air was thick with it, and it had a smell, too. It smelled like static electricity and dust, the kind you find in an attic no one's opened in a lifetime. I wasn't waking up into the dream. I was just there, fully there. My bare feet were cold on a floor made of these large off-white linoleum tiles, scuffed and worn down in paths where people must have walked, except I knew, somehow, that no one had. I was wearing my own pajamas. The old grey t-shirt and plaid pants I'd actually gone to sleep in. That was the first jolt of wrongness. In dreams, you're rarely dressed in what you actually fell asleep in. I looked at my hands, turning them over. They were my hands. I pinched the skin on my arm and felt it, a sharp, real pain. This wasn't a dream, it couldn't be. The room was small, maybe 10 by 10 feet, and completely empty except for a single plain wooden door. No windows. The ceiling was low, covered in those acoustic tiles, some of them stained with dark, watermarked patterns. A single flickering fluorescent light tube was set into the ceiling behind a yellowed plastic cover, and it buzzed with a low, persistent hum that was already starting to grate on my nerves. My heart was just starting to hammer in my chest, that low thudding of pure confusion, when the door swung inward silently. A woman was standing there. She looked as scared as I felt. Her eyes were wide, her face pale. She was maybe in her late 20s, wearing jeans and a hoodie. "You're new," she said, and her voice was a shaky whisper. "Come on, it's not safe to be alone in the rooms." I didn't question it. The absolute certainty in her voice, the sheer terror barely held in check, was more convincing than any logical argument. I followed her out into a corridor. And that's when the scale of it hit me. The corridor was endless. It stretched in both directions, a straight line vanishing into a gloomy, yellow-tinted infinity. The walls were the same cinder block as the room, painted a grimy beige, and the floor was that same worn linoleum. Doors, all identical to the one I'd just come through, were spaced evenly along both sides as far as I could see. The air was cold and still, and that same buzzing hum from the light in my room was everywhere, a constant background noise that felt like it was vibrating in my teeth. She led me to a small alcove where 4 other people were huddled. There was a man in a security guard uniform, his face drawn and tired, a younger guy in a graphic tee bouncing his leg nervously, an older woman clutching a cardigan tightly around herself, and a kid. He couldn't have been more than 16, just staring at the floor. The woman who found me, Sarah, was the one who did the talking. She explained the rules, or the lack of them. There was no way out. The corridors just went on and on, sometimes branching, sometimes looping back on themselves. The doors led to small, empty rooms, or sometimes to other identical corridors. They'd been there they didn't know. Time was weird. Their watches didn't work. They didn't get hungry or thirsty, not really, just a dull, constant ache of wrongness. They slept in shifts in the rooms, terrified that if they were alone for too long, something would find them. They didn't know what that something was. They just had a feeling, a presence. We started walking. There was nothing else to do. The silence between us was heavy, broken only by the scuff of our feet and that damned buzzing. We walked for what felt like hours. My legs began to ache, a real muscular fatigue. The sameness of it was maddening. Left turn, right turn, long straightaway, another left. It was a maze with no center and no exit. It was the kid who saw it first. He stopped dead, pointing a trembling finger. "That's new." Up ahead, the corridor just ended, not in a T-junction or another hallway. It ended in a solid, blank wall, and set into that wall was a single door. This door was different. It was heavy, made of dark, varnished wood, with a tarnished brass handle. And above the door, clinging to the ceiling like some kind of inverted river, was a slow, churning cloud of dark smoke. It didn't dissipate or spread. It just hung there, roiling in on itself, completely silent. It was the blackest thing I'd ever seen, a void that seemed to suck the sickly yellow light right out of the air around it. We all stood there, maybe 10 feet away, just staring. The feeling of dread that poured off that door was a physical weight. My skin prickled with goosebumps. "We shouldn't," the older woman whispered, her voice cracking. "We have to," the man in the security guard uniform said. His name was Ben. "It's the only different thing we've ever seen." A long, tense silence followed. Nobody moved. "I'll go," I heard myself say. The words came out before I could think about them. Maybe it was the residual shock of my arrival. Maybe it was a desperate need to do something, anything, to break this unbearable monotony. Just be ready to run if I shout. I walked towards the door, every step feeling like I was wading through mud. The air grew colder the closer I got. The silent, churning black smoke above the door felt like it was watching me. I could feel the other's eyes on my back, a mixture of hope and terror. I reached for the brass handle. It was ice cold, so cold it almost felt like it burned my palm. I took a deep breath, turned it, and pushed. The door opened into an office, a normal office, or it had been once. A large wooden desk sat in the center, covered in a layer of fine grey dust. A high-backed leather chair was tucked behind it. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with identical leather-bound volumes, their spines blank. A nameplate on the desk read, "Dean's Office," the letters etched into tarnished brass. The normalcy of it was more unsettling than the endless yellow corridors. It was a pocket of a forgotten world, preserved in this nightmare. My eyes scanned the room, and they landed on the one thing that looked out of place, the one thing that wasn't covered in dust. Lying right in the middle of the desk, as if it had just been placed there, was a black metal cylinder. It was about 1.5 feet long, heavy-looking. I picked it up. It was cool and smooth in my hand. I fumbled with it for a second before I found a switch. I thumbed it, and a blindingly bright white beam of light shot from one end. A flashlight. I clicked it off, then noticed a second button, a red one near my thumb. I pressed it, and a loud, sharp crackle erupted from the other end, accompanied by a visible arc of blue-white electricity snapping between two prongs, a flashlight and a stun baton. All in one, a weapon. In this place of helplessness, it felt like finding Excalibur. A surge of something, not quite courage, but a fierce, defensive energy, flooded through me. I gripped it tightly, my knuckles turning white. This was for whatever was in the halls. This was for the feeling of being hunted. I turned and walked back out into the corridor, holding the device at my side. The others looked at me, their eyes wide with questions. I just gave a tight, grim nod and held up the baton. The blue arc sizzled in the silent hallway, a tiny, defiant noise against the immense, buzzing quiet, and that's when we heard the giggle. It was a light, airy sound, a young girl's giggle. It came from down the corridor to our left, the direction we hadn't come from. It shouldn't have been scary. In the real world, it wouldn't have been. But here, in this dead, silent place, it was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. It was wrong. It was a sound of life in a place of death. We all froze. She stepped out from around a corner about 30 feet away. A girl, maybe 12 or 13 years old. She was wearing a simple faded blue dress. Her hair was a mess of tangled brown curls hanging in her face. She was barefoot, her feet dirty. She giggled again, covering her mouth with one hand. She looked like any kid, except for her eyes. They were too old. They held a dark, ancient amusement as they looked at us, a predator's curiosity. "Hello," she said, her voice a sing-song chime that echoed slightly in the hall. No one answered. We were statues. She took a step forward, then another, her movements unnaturally smooth, almost gliding. She was looking right at me, at the stun baton in my hand. Ooh, shiny, she cooed and took another step. My heart was trying to beat its way out of my chest. Every instinct was screaming. Ben, the security guard, took a step back. Sarah let out a small, choked sob. The girl was only 15 feet away now. She smiled, a wide, toothy grin that didn't reach her ancient eyes. Don't be scared. I just want to play. She took another gliding step, and something in me broke. The fear was too much. It overloaded my system and came out as pure, blind aggression. I didn't think. I just lunged forward, raising the stun baton, and I drove the crackling end right into the center of her chest. The sound was deafening, crack-zzzt. The blue electricity crawled over her, over the faded blue dress. The smell of ozone filled the air. She stopped, her head tilted, and then she giggled again. The sound was pure, undiluted ice water in my veins. I stumbled back, my arm dropping to my side, the baton suddenly feeling like a useless piece of junk. She looked down at the spot on her dress where I'd hit her, then back up at me, that mocking smile still plastered on her face. "You can't hurt me," she said, her voice still light and playful. "Not while I'm wearing her face." Her face. The words didn't make sense, but the meaning slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't her. This was a mask, a suit. And whatever was inside, wearing this little girl like a costume, was completely, utterly untouchable. The terror that followed wasn't a spike. It was a deep, sinking, existential dread that hollowed me out from the inside. My grip on the baton went slack. She took a final, gliding step towards me until she was close enough that I could see the individual threads in her dress. She leaned in, her giggle gone, her expression now one of cold, ancient malice. "You don't belong here," she whispered, her breath cold against my ear. "But you'll get used to the dark." And then she blew out a breath. It wasn't air. It was cold, a deep, soul-sucking cold that had nothing to do with temperature. The world didn't fade to black. It melted. The yellow walls, the linoleum floor, the buzzing lights, the other people. They all dissolved like wet watercolor paint, the colors bleeding and swirling together into a meaningless gray slurry. The ground fell out from under my feet, but I didn't fall. I was just elsewhere. I was standing in a black yard. The ground was black, ashen soil, devoid of any life. There was no moon, no stars, but a dim, sourceless grey light illuminated everything, casting no shadows. The air was dead still, and freezing in front of me was a building, or the skeleton of one. It was a massive 3-story structure, maybe an old school or an asylum, made of dark, crumbling brick. Most of the windows were shattered, and parts of the roof had caved in. It stood there against the flat grey void of a sky, a monument to absolute ruin, and standing between me and the building, arranged in a silent, wide semicircle, were the figures. There were dozens of them. They were tall and thin, wrapped in heavy, dark grey hooded robes that obscured their faces completely. They stood perfectly still, their heads tilted downwards as if in prayer or mourning. I couldn't see any faces, just deep shadow within those hoods. They didn't move. They didn't acknowledge me. They just were. This was it. This was the source. The girl was just the messenger. This desolate yard, this crumbling building, these silent watching figures. This was the heart of the nightmare. This was the place the yellow corridors were trying to contain. I stood there, frozen solid, not from the cold, but from a terror so complete it had shut down my body. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't blink. I could only stare at the hooded figures and the decaying building beyond, knowing with a certainty that felt older than time that I was looking at a truth I was never ever supposed to see. Then the jolt. It was a physical sensation, like a rope snapping taut around my chest. The black yard, the figures, the building, it all vanished in an instant, sucked away into nothing. I was in my bed, my own bed. The familiar weight of my comforter was on top of me. Early morning light was filtering through my blinds. I sat bolt upright, gasping for air, my heart trying to punch its way out of my rib cage. I was drenched in a cold sweat, my pajamas sticking to my skin. I was shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. It was a dream, a nightmare. It had to be. I looked at my hands. They were my hands. I looked around my room, my dresser, my closet, the pile of clothes on the chair. Everything was normal. Everything was where it should be. But it wasn't, because I could still feel the ice-cold brass of the doorknob in my palm. I could still smell the static and dust of the yellow rooms. I could still hear the exact pitch of that girl's giggle and the sizzling crackle of the stun baton. My muscles ached from the long walk through the endless corridors. The feeling of absolute gut-wrenching dread I felt in that black yard was still sitting in my stomach like a lump of lead. I remember every single detail. Not like a dream you forget bits of, the logic crumbling as you wake up. I remember it with the perfect, painful clarity of a memory. I remember the weight of the baton. I remember the pattern of the scuffs on the linoleum. I remember the way the security guard's uniform was frayed at the cuffs. I remember the exact words. "You can't hurt me while I'm wearing her face. I've been sitting here for hours, just shaking. My room feels too small, the walls too close. Every time I close my eyes, I see that yellow tint. I keep my back to the corner. I can't explain it. I can't rationalize it. It was more real than this, than sitting here typing this out. And the worst part, the part that leaves me cold right down to my bones, is the ending. It didn't feel like an escape. It felt like a dismissal, like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to, and I was thrown back. But the door isn't closed. I can still feel it, like a hole in the world, waiting. And I don't know if I was just dreaming, or if I somehow, for a few hours, woke up somewhere else. Story 21. It was one of those days that started out completely normal, nothing out of the ordinary. I had been running errands for most of the afternoon, just ticking things off my list. Groceries, dropping off a package at the post office, that kind of stuff. I remember it was around 3 o'clock when I got back into my car, a beat-up sedan I've had for years, and headed home. The sky was overcast, not raining but grey and kind of gloomy, which made everything feel a bit heavier. I was tired, just wanting to get back, maybe put my feet up and watch some TV. I was on the main road that leads to my neighborhood, a 4-lane street with traffic lights every few blocks. It's usually busy around that time, with people getting off work or heading out for the day. I had the radio on low, some talk station, not really paying attention. Then I noticed this SUV in my rearview mirror. It was a dark color, maybe black or dark blue, one of those big ones that sit high off the ground. At first, I didn't think much of it, just another car on the road. But then it got closer, really fast, and stayed right on my bumper. My heart started to pick up a little. I'm not a nervous driver, but tailgating always makes me uneasy. I tapped my brakes lightly, just to signal that they should back off. But it didn't work. Instead, the SUV swerved into the next lane and accelerated until it was right beside me. That's when I saw the driver. Just a blur, really. But I could tell it was a person with dark hair, maybe a man, but I couldn't be sure. They honked, not a quick beep, but a long, angry blast that made me jump. Then they flashed their high beams right at me, once, twice, blinding me for a second. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. What the hell was that about? I hadn't cut anyone off or done anything wrong that I could remember. I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe it was a mistake, and I eased off the gas to let them pass. But they didn't go ahead. They slowed down too, matching my speed, and then they swerved back behind me, so close I could see the grille of their car filling up my rearview mirror. That's when the real fear started to creep in. My mouth went dry, and I could feel this cold sweat on the back of my neck. I checked my mirrors, trying to see if there was a way to get away, but traffic was steady, not too heavy, but enough that I couldn't just zip into another lane. We were coming up to a red light, and I thought, okay, maybe they'll turn or something. But when I stopped, the SUV pulled up right beside me again, and the driver rolled down their window. I didn't look over. I was too scared. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw them gesturing, waving their arm aggressively, then more honking, this time in short, sharp bursts, like they were trying to get my attention or scare me. The light turned green, and I hit the gas a little harder than usual, wanting to put distance between us. But the SUV accelerated too, staying right with me. We were in the left lane now, and they started to charge at my car, not just tailgating, but actually veering toward my side, like they were trying to force me off the road. I swerved slightly to avoid them, and my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. It was one of those moments where everything slows down, and you're hyper-aware of every little detail, the hum of the engine, the way the seatbelt dug into my shoulder, the smell of my own fear, kind of metallic and sour. This went on for what felt like forever, but it was probably only a few minutes. They'd fall back a bit, then surge forward, honking and flashing those lights. Each time they got close, I'd brace myself, my foot hovering over the brake, ready to slam it if I had to. I remember glancing at the speedometer. We were doing around 50 in a 40 zone, and I was worried about getting pulled over, but more than that, I was terrified of this SUV. Why were they doing this? Was it road rage? Did I accidentally do something to piss them off? My mind was racing, trying to piece it together, but nothing made sense. Then came the first near collision. We were approaching an intersection where the road curved slightly, and the SUV swung into my lane from the side, so close that I heard the crunch of gravel under my tires as I jerked the wheel to avoid them. My car wobbled, and I had to fight to keep control. For a second, I thought we were going to hit, and my whole body went rigid with fear. I could feel the adrenaline pumping, making my hands shake. I remember the sound, a loud screech of tires, but it was mine, not theirs. They just kept going, like it was nothing. That's when I knew I couldn't go home. If they followed me there, who knows what could happen? I don't live in a bad area, but it's quiet, and I didn't want this craziness anywhere near my house. So I took a sudden turn onto a side street, one I don't usually use, hoping to lose them. But the SUV was right behind me, honking again, those high beams flashing in my mirrors, making it hard to see. The street was narrower, with parked cars on both sides, and I had to slow down. They took advantage of that, pulling up alongside me and crowding me toward the curb. I could feel the panic rising like a tightness in my chest. My breathing was shallow, and I was sweating so much that my shirt was sticking to my back. I kept checking the mirrors, looking for an escape route, but every time I tried to speed up or turn, they were there. It was like a game to them, a sick, terrifying game. At one point, they got so close that I could see the license plate, but my mind was too scrambled to memorize it. Just a blur of letters and numbers I wish I had, but in the moment, all I could think about was not crashing. The aggression escalated. They started charging at my car more deliberately, not just veering but aiming for me, like they wanted to sideswipe me. I'd swerve, and they'd correct, always staying with me. We were on a residential street now, with houses and kids playing in yards, and I was scared someone would get hurt. I remember seeing a woman pushing a stroller, and I slowed down, not wanting to risk anything, but the SUV honked loudly, making her jump, and then they accelerated past me, only to cut back in front and brake hard. I had to slam on my brakes to avoid rear-ending them, and the seatbelt locked, digging into my collarbone. My head jerked forward, and for a second I saw stars. That was the closest call yet. If I'd been a split second slower, we would have collided. My hands were trembling so bad I could barely hold the wheel. I thought about pulling over, but what if they stopped too? What would they do? My mind went to all the worst-case scenarios, getting out of the car, a confrontation, maybe even violence. I've heard stories about road rage incidents turning ugly, and I didn't want to be part of that. So I kept driving, taking random turns, trying to shake them. I went through neighborhoods I didn't know, down dead-end streets, anything to lose them. But they were persistent, always there, honking and flashing. At one point, I ended up on a busier road again, and I thought maybe I could lose them in traffic. I weaved between lanes, speeding up when I could, but they matched me, move for move. It was exhausting, both mentally and physically. My legs were cramping from keeping my foot on the gas, and my shoulders were tense like rocks. The terror peaked when we were on a two-lane road with oncoming traffic. The SUV pulled up beside me, and for a moment we were side by side, and I could see the driver more clearly. A face contorted in anger, but it was so quick I couldn't make out details. Then they swerved toward me, and I had to jerk the wheel to the right, nearly hitting the guardrail. A car coming the other way honked, and I heard tires screech. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. I was sure that was it. We were going to crash, and it would be bad. But somehow, I avoided it. I don't even know how I managed to keep control. It was pure instinct. The SUV fell back a bit, and I saw an opportunity. There was a shopping center up ahead with a lot of entrances and exits. I took a sharp turn into the parking lot, driving fast between rows of cars, hoping to blend in. I didn't look back for a few seconds, just focused on finding a spot to hide. When I finally checked my mirrors, the SUV wasn't there. I circled around for a minute, my heart still racing, and then pulled into a space near the back, behind a big van where I was partially hidden. I turned off the engine and just sat there, breathing heavily. My whole body was shaking, and I had to clutch the steering wheel to steady my hands. I waited, watching the entrance, expecting to see them drive in any second. But nothing. Minutes passed, and the parking lot was quiet. Just people going about their business. After what felt like an eternity, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, I started to believe they were gone. I didn't see them anywhere. My relief was overwhelming, like a weight lifting off my chest. But it was mixed with this deep, lingering fear. I was paranoid, checking every car that passed, every sound. I sat there for a long time, just trying to calm down. My clothes were damp with sweat, and I felt drained, like I'd run a marathon. Eventually, I started the car again and drove home, taking a longer route just in case. I kept looking in the mirrors, half expecting to see that SUV again, but the road was clear. When I pulled into my driveway, I sat for a few more minutes, watching the street before I went inside. The rest of the day, I was on edge, jumping at every noise, and I didn't sleep well that night. I still don't know why it happened. I've replayed it over and over in my head, but I can't figure out what I did to provoke it. Maybe it was nothing, just some random act of aggression. But that fear, that feeling of being hunted, it stuck with me. Every time I drive now, I'm more cautious, always checking my mirrors, and if I see an SUV like that, my heart skips a beat. It's been weeks, and I still can't shake it. I just hope it never happens again. Story 22. But the one that really stuck with me, the one that's woven itself into the fabric of my damn DNA, is the nun. I saw her for the first time when I was maybe 7 or 8. Just a pale face, stark white against the darkness of my closet, with these deep black voids where eyes should have been. She had this severe look, like pure, concentrated hatred. I didn't have a name for her then. She was just the scary lady in the dark. Years later, when The Conjuring movie came out and everyone was talking about that Valak demon nun, I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. That was her. Exactly. The same face I'd been seeing in my nightmares since before I could even pronounce the word conjuring. How do you explain that to a doctor? They just up your dosage. I live in this crappy little rental house. It's all I can afford. The big draw, the reason the rent is so low, is the house directly across the street. It's a massive Victorian-era place that's been rotting away for decades. The paint is peeling off in long, sad strips, and half the windows are boarded up. Everyone in town knows about it. Kids dare each other to touch the front gate. They say it used to be the town morgue, back when this was a much smaller place. They'd bring the bodies there before they were buried. Sometimes I think I can still smell it, this faint, sweet and sour smell of decay that drifts over on the wind, but it's probably just in my head. My therapist, the last one I could afford before I gave up, said it's my trauma creating sensory triggers maybe, but it feels real. This one day, a Tuesday I think, started worse than most. I hadn't slept. I'd spent the night before trapped in that dream, the one that's a constant rerun in my head. I'm in a long, dark hallway. The floor is slick and sticky, and when I look down, I realize it's covered in gore. Bits of things I don't want to identify, and she's there, the nun, floating at the end of the hall. She doesn't move toward me, she just floats, and then in the blink of an eye, we've switched places. I'm where she was, and she's right in front of me, that face inches from mine, and the only thing that makes her fade, the only thing that pushes her back, is if I sing not just any song, old hymns. Amazing Grace, Rock of Ages, stuff my grandma used to sing when I was little. In the dream, my voice is always thin and reedy, but it works. It's my only defense. So I woke up that Tuesday exhausted, my throat raw like I'd actually been singing all night. My head was throbbing. The depression was a physical weight on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I'd started a new medication a couple weeks before, something that was supposed to help with the nightmares and the constant feeling of dread, but it was having the opposite effect. The visions weren't just in my sleep anymore. They were bleeding into my waking hours, sharper, more vivid. The pills were supposed to be a shield, but they felt more like an amplifier, tuning me into a frequency I desperately wanted to avoid. I spent the morning just trying to function. I made coffee, but my hands were shaking so bad I sloshed it all over the counter. The silence in my house was heavy, oppressive. I kept the TV on for background noise, some stupid morning talk show, but I could still feel it, the pressure of being watched. I'd catch movement in the periphery of my vision, just a flicker, but when I'd snap my head around, there'd be nothing there. Just the empty living room, the dust motes dancing in the weak sunlight filtering through the blinds. Around noon, I forced myself to take a shower. The bathroom is small, the mirror always fogged up after a hot shower. I was standing there, wrapped in a towel, wiping a clear spot on the glass to see my own tired face, when I saw it behind me, in the steam-filled room, a darker patch of mist. It coalesced for just a second into the shape of that fucking nun, standing right behind my reflection. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, but of course there was nothing. Just the empty bathroom, the shower still dripping. The fear was so intense it was nauseating. I dry heaved over the sink, my body trembling. That's when I decided I needed to get out. I couldn't stay in that house. I threw on some clothes, not even caring what they were, and practically ran out the front door. I stood on my porch, gulping in the fresh air, trying to calm down. My eyes, against my will, were drawn across the street. To the morgue house, it looked different that day. The usual sense of dormant menace was gone. It felt awake. The unboarded windows on the second floor looked like black, watching eyes. One of them, the big one on the left, I could have sworn the curtain twitched. A slow, deliberate movement. My breath hitched. It was probably just a trick of the light, or a draft inside the old corpse house. That's what I told myself. But the primal part of my brain, the part that remembers being prey, was screaming at me to get back inside and lock the door. I didn't listen. I stood there, frozen, staring at that window. And then I saw her. Not a full figure, not a ghostly apparition. It was just her face, pale and waxen, pressed against the grimy glass of the second-floor window. Those black eye sockets were fixed directly on me. It was only there for a second, maybe two, before it was gone. But it was long enough. long enough for me to feel a cold that had nothing to do with the weather seep right into my bones. I stumbled back into my house, slamming the door shut and throwing the deadbolt. I leaned against it, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a peripheral flicker. I had seen her, clear as day, in the house across the street. The house where they used to store the dead. The rest of the afternoon was a blur of terror. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump. Every time the refrigerator motor kicked on, my heart would stutter. I pulled all the blinds shut, plunging the house into a gloomy twilight. I felt like an animal in a cage, waiting for the predator to come and claim it. The new medication felt like poison in my system, sharpening my senses to a painful degree. I could hear the faint scurrying of mice in the walls, the hum of electricity in the wires, and underneath it all, a silence from across the street that was somehow louder than any noise. As evening fell, the fear curdled into a thick, suffocating dread. I was sitting on my couch, knees pulled up to my chest, just staring at the blank television screen I hadn't eaten all day. I was too scared to go into the kitchen. The hallway that led to my bedroom and the bathroom seemed impossibly long and dark, a tunnel leading to nowhere good. That's when the singing started. It was faint at first, so quiet I thought I was imagining it, a single, high, clear voice, a woman's voice. It was singing a hymn, "Abide with me." The tune was slow, mournful, dragging out the notes like a funeral dirge. It was coming from outside. My blood ran cold. I crept to the front window, careful to stay hidden behind the curtain, and peered out. The street was empty. The old morgue house stood dark and silent, but the singing was unmistakable. It was drifting from over there. It was her. She was singing my song, the one thing that kept me safe in my dreams, and she was using it, calling to me with it. It felt like the worst kind of violation. I backed away from the window, my hands clamped over my ears, but it didn't help. The song wasn't coming from outside my head anymore. It was inside. It was filling up the space behind my eyes, echoing in the hollows of my skull. Abide with me. Fast falls the eventide. I started humming, then singing myself, my voice a desperate, shaky counter-melody to her clear, cold one. I was trying to fight her with her own weapon, to reclaim the one bit of safety I had. The darkness deepens. Lord, with me abide. I sang louder, stumbling through the dark living room, my voice cracking with panic. I was trying to push her out, to build a wall of sound around myself. For a moment it seemed to work. The other voice faltered, grew quieter. A tiny spark of hope flared in my chest. Maybe I could win, maybe I could force her back, and then everything stopped. The singing, both hers and mine, cut off instantly. The house was plunged into a silence so absolute, it felt like a physical blow to the eardrums. The fridge wasn't humming. The floorboards weren't creaking. There was nothing. It was the silence of a vacuum, of deep space. I stood frozen in the middle of my living room, my mouth still open mid-word, too terrified to even breathe. That's when the cold hit me. It wasn't the chill of a drafty house. This was a deep, penetrating cold that started in the center of my body and radiated outwards, freezing me from the inside. My teeth started chattering. I could see my own breath puffing out in little white clouds in the dark room. I felt a presence, not just a feeling of being watched. A physical presence. Right behind me I could feel the displacement of air, the subtle shift in pressure. I could smell it, that same sweet and sour smell from the morgue house, but now it was close, suffocatingly close, mixed with the scent of old, dry earth and something metallic like blood. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, locked in place by a fear so pure and absolute, it emptied my mind of everything except the animal need to survive. My eyes were fixed on the dark screen of the television, and in its reflective surface, I saw her. She was standing right behind me, the nun. Her pale face was hovering just over my right shoulder. Those black pits for eyes were staring at my reflection. Her mouth was a thin, cruel line. She wasn't floating. She was just there. And then, in the reflection, I saw our position switch. It was exactly like the dream, but 1,000 times more real. 1 second I was me, looking at her behind me in the TV screen. The next, I was her. I was looking out from behind her eyes. I felt the stiff, rough fabric of her habit against skin that wasn't mine. I felt the profound, ancient emptiness where a soul should have been. I saw my own back, my own terrified posture from her perspective. I was the entity and she was me. The sensation lasted for less than a heartbeat, a blink of an eye that stretched into an eternity of wrongness. Then, with a jolt that felt like being struck by lightning, I was back in my own body. The cold vanished. The smell was gone. The normal sounds of the house rushed back in, the fridge, the faint traffic in the distance. I collapsed to the floor, gasping, my body racked with sobs I didn't have the air for. I curled into a ball on the rug, shaking, crying, completely and utterly broken. I had nothing left. No defense, no explanation, no hope. I don't know how long I lay there. Eventually, the sun came up, casting weak grey light through the blinds. I was still on the floor, numb and hollowed out. I managed to crawl to the bathroom and vomit. My stomach cramping painfully, I looked in the mirror. It was just me. My own exhausted, tear-streaked face, my own haunted eyes. But something was different. I leaned in closer, my breath fogging the glass again, and there, deep in the reflection of my own pupils, in the very center of my own eyes, I saw it. A tiny, distant speck of absolute blackness, a void, a pinpoint of nothing that hadn't been there before. I stared at it, and it stared back, a piece of her, left behind, a souvenir. I can still see it now. Every time I look in a mirror, a little shard of that day, lodged inside me forever. I don't sing hymns anymore. I'm too scared of what might answer. I just look at that tiny black dot in my own eyes and wonder when she's going to finish switching us for good.